Welcome to another SPbN production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the worm forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across temple, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across temple, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Don't you never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is a World of Darkness role-playing community originating in St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Mishikent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. It's Friday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Hounds, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in Tampa Bay, Florida, where a pack of young guru have traveled from Michigan to assist the Sept of the Evening Star in combating the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed in the description down below, and you can join our community by following that Discord link where you could take part in one of the many activities we have running all month long. We are now offering for players to run or play in 20th anniversary or Chronicles of Darkness games as well, so head on over and join our community today. Now let's introduce our players. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves if you please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nikki, and I will be playing Delphine Gaia Speaker, the Silent Strider Theurge.
Hello everybody, my name is Jay, and I've seen your comments, lady, and they make me smile. I'm lurking, and I'm stalking when you least expect it, and I'll be playing Force from Failures, the Bonar Ruin.
Hi, I'm Navers. I play Quinn Kelly, the Ragwest Children of Gaia.
Hey everyone, my name is Ben, and I'll be playing Raymond Gorn, the Ghost Council Philodox.
So, obviously, this is our last episode before we go on a month-long break. So here's hoping it's just going to be smooth sailing and everything's going to go well as these finale-esque episodes go. But let's get everybody caught up as to where we are now. Last week, we saw Forged and Delphine go delving into the sewers of Tampa to try and locate some lost spirits amongst the location of where the bodies had been deposited. They may have gotten a little bit more than they bargained for, though, as a malevolent spirit attempted to drag them under the waves and into the abyss of the sewers, which is a little bit odd as the sewers aren't that deep, but due to the spectral happenings, it seemed to make the area a little bit more treacherous and dangerous. Thankfully, through their combined efforts, Delphine was able to capture the spirit using the scythe she had retrieved from the boatman in order to do so. After that, we saw Quinn have a check-in with Artie to learn anything he could about the stolen moon, the individual from the protests, and was actually able to learn quite a good deal as they discovered that his name is Logan. He is very, very mentally disturbed and had been in and out of facilities for a while and had at one point made contact with Rick under the disguise of a mental health professional, which may lead to the assumption that that is where he received the pelts that he now uses to turn into a werewolf. Finally, we saw Ray have a heart-to-heart with Hashugut once more to try and dig a little deeper, to learn a little bit more, to try and further this process as he was going through the efforts of replanting grandmother Willow. However, Nana Willow, as she is being called, attempted to stoke the fire inside of Raymond, but through Hashugut's help, it was able to be stopped before it got a little too far. Hashugut also offered a deal for Raymond that he could take away Pirano or Hoglusk for himself or any member of the team. Raymond instead offered to take away some of his anger and take it on himself to the point of 1 full dot of Hoglusk taken away from Hashugut, lowering his rage and bringing him back to a more, well, slightly even-keeled place, as even-keeled as one can be for a worm spirit. Then after the break, we saw the pack go to confront the stolen moon as they had found out about a protest taking place outside of a detention facility. What they didn't account for was who Logan had with them, as they had brought someone by the name of Eli, an old friend of Delphine's who had been studying at the University of South Florida. This led to a very tense encounter between the group, where Quinn insisted that they'd like to meet Ethan and join up with what they are doing. How convincing was Quinn? Well, that's hard to say, because it seemed that Logan knew a great deal more than he was letting on, and he said that he would be happy to arrange a meeting, but that he was going to be keeping Eli until that event took place. Which leads us to our first scene of the night. The pack goes to meet with Ethan, Logan, and Eli. It was a very long night, leading into a very long day, as the tension mounted as to what this encounter would unfold. Now, Raymond, you tried to use Artie's help to keep an eye on the vehicle as it left the detainment facility, but eventually it became revealed that the vehicle was stolen and eventually ditched somewhere in the city of Tampa, where Artie lost the trail of Ethan, or well, Logan, as far as you know, and Eli. So as the day passes, especially for Delphine, the minutes might feel like hours, as she now knows that the stakes have been raised, that someone very near and dear to her is in harm's way. Eventually, you receive a text message, Quinn, as you were the one who supplied a card to Logan. And the text message is simply an address with a pin. A quick look into where that location is tells you it is one of the shipping docks at the port of Tampa. So, as the pack assembles and goes to confront this threat, the scene is yours.
As we're getting ready to leave or heading on the way, you'll see Ray kind of having a determined, like, stoic look on his face, and you see one of his magazines. He's unloading approximately 7 bullets, and he's pulling 7 bullets out of his pocket and slowly and deliberately loading each round to fill the bullets he took out.
Delphine will glance over at the magazine and just ask simply, Silver?
Still looking down at the mag, loading the last bullet. Yeah, that's all I could get.
Good. Just don't hit us.
I'll try my best.
Forge, getting out, stretching, getting ready for presumably might be a very tough fight here, as he'll look to the rest of his pack as he says, then we're about to probably go into a bunch of bullshit here. Y'all want to do a quick little rite of rage here?
She's already practically bristling, but she'll nod regardless.
If you don't want to step in, you don't have to, but...
No, I do.
Alright. He looks to the other two. Y'all jumping in?
Absolutely.
Let's get it started.
All right, so as you go to begin the Rite of Rage, what is the soundtrack for the Rite of Rage? Because you can't really have a mosh pit without an anthem to, propel the mosh pit. So, Forged, what song will be playing from your phone as you start to push your fellow packmates, hoping that they will push you back?
Let's see. That's a good question. I like to think that, you know what? He's playing Mr. Highways, thinking about the end right now.
Okay. Then go ahead and make a glory and intimidation roll. The difficulty will be 4, as there are 4 participants, and you have to add 4 rage dice to the pool. Well, 3 additional rage dice, because there's one already for yourself.
Alright, so there's 3 additional rage dice plus my 2 rage. It's a 5 dice pool, 8. Hold on, sorry, just make sure my brain's working right. So 8 dice pool with a 3 participants, so 5 rage die. Okay.
Yep.
What's the worst that can happen? Difficulty 4. Hey, 4 successes with no brutal outcome, so we get it.
Okay. Then everybody has their rage increased by 1. Delphine putting you at a precarious 4 rage. Going into this very already tense encounter. Now you've taken the van towards the address location, which is a fenced off shipping dock location with a large warehouse that leads out to some docks on the water. The gate, which is normally, wheeled closed at this time of night and chained, is actually unchained and open. And as you pull in to the shipping yard, it is eerily quiet. Usually on shipping docks, there's always the sounds of grinding machinery or an ambient noise that seems to echo over the area. But in this case, it is not. It is quiet. It is still. It is terrifying. As you climb out of the van, you're staring at this warehouse where the pin takes place. It's probably about 25 feet tall, made of steel and probably aluminum, as well as a mixture of other metals making up the siding of the building. There's even some thick concrete in certain areas where you can assume the offices are hooked up to AC, whereas the warehouse itself is kind of an open warehouse with a sliding kind of rolling door, which is open just a little bit, just enough to let you have access to enter. What do you do?
She glances around and quickly mutters to everyone, all right, when we go in, if we have to get into a fight, Forged and Quinn, I think you guys should fight back to back. Quinn, you're a little beefier than the rest of us, and Forged, you're the best fighter. Me and Ray will stick closer to the back. I'll provide support heals, and Ray can provide suppressing fire with the bullets. And let me... 1 sec. And she'll activate penumbral senses.
Okay. Go ahead and make the roll. As you are not in a cairn, it won't come very easily. Ruh-roh.
Yeah, 1 second. Actually, I can, I've got contemplatively, intuitively, ritualistically, and then scout, deliver, sabotage. I'm ritualistically scouting.
I think that's fair. Yeah, I'll let that slide. You are using a gift, and you are trying to get an eye on the situation. So yeah, I can definitely see that. Let that go. As your eyes focus across the veil into the beyond, nothing seems out of place. This is a place where the Weaver is in pretty firm control of the surroundings. The wild is not very present. However, your guess is out by the docks, it probably has a little bit more of a presence. But from your vantage point at the moment, this is the Weaver's playground.
I don't see anything in the Umbra that it looks like a direct threat, so let's head on in. Quinn, you do the talking.
Understood.
How dark is it in this warehouse area?
You don't see any lights lit at the moment, but you can make me a wits and awareness or investigation to see if you can see if there's any source of light inside. As I said, the doors only open a crack, so you really can't get too much vantage from the outside as to the state of things inside.
Mm-hmm. So, would my sight-based specialty?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Six successes.
Okay, so as you look at the warehouse itself, there's no immediately obvious sign of lights on inside, but because of your very attuned ability to see, you can see that it's not as dark as it should be, that there is a slight glow, but it is probably deep within the warehouse, so it's not casting enough light to reach the entranceway unless you could really, really know what you're looking for.
Okay, because I want to activate Eyes of the Owl, but I'm just trying to remember, if I look into a light source, does it hurt me? Or like does it hurt my dark vision? Or am I like in the clear? Like I can see both in dark and light. I was about to look it up.
So it says the user can see in any natural darkness without penalty. If the darkness is of supernatural origin, they gain their wisdom as bonus dice on any attempt to resist it, if resistance is possible. So no, there's nothing in here specifically that talks about, not being able to see in light and dark. I think it just gives you an extra oomph to see into the shadowy corners of places, or if you're in a city to see in like the darker areas. But I don't think the fact that there's a presence of light would blind you. However, if a sudden bright source of light were to illuminate, I think there would have to be a roll to stay concentrated, to stay focused, and to not get stunned temporarily.
Understood. And I'll activate Sharpened Senses instead. Okay. If I kind of know that, just to maybe give me a little bit of like that extra oomph, not just to be able to see in the dark, but just to be more aware.
Sure, that makes sense. Okay. So with this activated, with your awareness of a light deeper within the warehouse, what do you do?
I'll start leading my pack towards the warehouse, glancing at Ray to basically keep an eye on our surroundings. Head on in.
I'll mention the light as we start getting closer.
And you said it was a like metal, like one of those gates that you lift up to get into.
No, you
said, right? Up
slide.
the door. The sliding. Yeah, I think Forge will walk up to that, look to the rest of his pack. I think about past time for subtlety. You think?
Well, they're expecting us.
At that point, he'll just slide it open as hard as he can. Make sure the loud noise that he walks on in, trying to show, have an air of confidence to him, like he's the biggest wolf in this room, and make sure everyone else knows that.
Okay. So as you roll the door open, it makes that grinding of metal, the squeaking of the wheels beneath the door as it slides open, and you can see, Raymond, where that slight element of light was coming from is a large work light up above the roof, around the roof of the facility, is shining a pool of light down in the center, but casting shadows all around the exterior, making it difficult to see. But as you slide the door open, a slow clap begins from the other side of the facility as Logan steps to the edge of the pool of light on the other side. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Come on in, make yourselves at home.
Delphine will glance at Quinn, indicating him to take point.
Quinn will give on a big old smile and walk forward.
To enter further into the warehouse, it's a good distance to the edge of the pool of light from the doorway. You're walking at least probably 30 or 40 yards into the building to get to the center area of it. As you approach, Logan kind of fiddles with his fingers a little bit, and you can see that he's holding some kind of controller or mechanism. It's bigger than his hand. It's like the size of one of those old school cell phones when it was like a brick in his hand. And as he does, he said, just to ensure that we have a good conversation, he pushes a button and the other garage door on the opposite side opens. And as it does so, out the other side, you see a long dock and what looks to be a shipping container crane that is meant for you moving boxes from one side to the other. Now, with the light off the docks, the light of the moon off the water, I won't make you have to roll, but hanging from the crane is a cage. And in the cage is a man who is huddled up off to one corner. Logan holds up the remote. I push this button and the cage drops. Are we understood?
Yeah, we understand.
Good. My employer wasn't overly eager to make new friends, but I told him just how insistent you were for a meeting, and he acquiesced. I'd like to ask the positioning of everybody at this moment. Did you all enter in? Did you all go to the edge of the light?
I'd say Forge is one of the closest to him, like at the edge of the light, maybe a couple steps in, you know, making sure to keep him, like make sure he's in between Logan and everyone else, or at least Delphine and Ray.
Delphine
Okay.
is sticking close to Ray because she knows that he can talk her down if needed.
Quinn is with Forged up front, closest to Logan.
Probably like maybe 6-7 feet behind Quinn and Forged.
Okay.
Next to Delphine.
Now, my employer thought it was best we have some privacy. At this point, he whistles and you hear the sliding door behind you start to close. As you look over your shoulder, you see Victoria give a little wave as she closes the door, and you hear chains start to be wrapped around the door, holding it closed. At this point, from the edge of the light steps Ethan. You couldn't leave well enough alone, could you?
I mean, it's more the opposite with you employing some outside people to fuck with our shit. But, you know, I think it's more just us dealing with that right now.
How has your efforts on the castle been going?
It's in progress.
Is it?
We don't need to run our process through you. You just said we needed to get it done. And I still believe we have time on that clock. Though part of that agreement is that you wouldn't involve yourself.
And I haven't.
Oh man, we're doing the whole technically I didn't break the rule because I technically didn't do it directly because I got someone else to do it that wasn't one of us. I mean, you know that's kind of a bitch move, right? There's still, we all know that you're still doing it even if you're not directly doing it.
Well, I don't normally take the jabs and jibes of children. It takes a bitch to know a bitch.
Well, we're being all hostile. Maybe we should, I don't know, cool it a little bit and actually have a conversation.
You're letting your dog talk.
Technically, he's Delphine's dog.
Well,
We're
I'm not
crossing his arm right
surprised.
I'm looking around too via the Umbra. Because I see Victoria, I see Ethan. I'm wondering if Kyle's around somewhere.
You don't see anybody in the Umbra, no.
I also am trying to look around and see what I see.
Okay.
See if I see any more people or anything.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me a wits and awareness. And you can add your heightened senses, which I believe...
It lowers the difficulty by 3.
Yeah.
And then also, I don't know, it might trigger, but I had the sense danger, where if I failed this roll, I could add my wisdom and extra dice to it.
Okay.
Nine with a crit.
You don't see anybody else inside the facility. Even Victoria's not inside of the facility. She closed it from the outside and chained it.
I'll lean over to Delphine. It looks like inside the warehouse, it is only Ethan and Logan. Victoria stepped out.
She'll nod and just stare at Ethan.
Besides, I was told you were coming here because you wanted to switch sides.
Yeah, we wanted to talk about the station of which we are at and where you are at, and get some more information about what's going on.
Only manipulation and subterfuge.
Word would help, but he's too mad right now. He's currently grumpy.
Five successes.
Okay. Is that right? Well, why don't you tell me where your minds are at?
Well, I don't want to speak for my pack, but I am certainly very fed up with all that is going on here, with all these attacks, these issues going around us, always being accosted by things, new things developing, new things trying to attack us or kill us or harm us, and just not really being able to survive because everything is trying to kill us.
Isn't that just what living in the modern era is? If it's not the sun beating down, searing your skin, if it's not the humans constantly looking for something to be afraid of, something to hate, something to destroy.
Wow, you are just as morbid as everyone else, huh?
I'm realistic.
Is it realistic to not have any bout of hope?
You honestly have hope?
Of course I do.
Really? After everything you've learned, after everything you know, you still have hope.
Yes, I do.
Is that hope extend to your patron?
In what way do you mean that?
As far as I know, Unicorn doesn't like liars.
Yeah?
And how many lies have you told to get here?
Not many. I've been fairly truthful. You know, sometimes you don't tell people certain things, but that's not a lie. You just don't tell them things.
So why are you here?
Because I feel like we need to have a discussion, a bigger and broader discussion about how this is all going to work, because we need someone to solidify whose territory this is.
This territory is Gaia's.
Yes, and we're the stewards of this particular territory.
Excellent work you're doing. I can feel her getting better already.
You don't feel anything, Ethan. So if you're going to start getting onto my packmate about lies, let's not lie to yourself.
I'm not lying. I have not told a lie so far. We are losing. What you think you're doing isn't helping.
And what you're doing isn't helping either, because all you're doing is dividing us. There's a worse threat than you, than the leeches, and it's coming. And you are wasting time focusing on the humans when you should be focusing on the bigger threat.
Are you focusing on the bigger threat?
I'm having a hard time doing that when you and your guru are at our borders causing chaos in the streets that we're meant to protect.
That's your borders. What does it matter?
You are encouraging riots in this city, dividing our attention on purpose.
Once again, I will remind you, I am not doing anything.
I didn't say you're doing it, you're encouraging it.
I am not doing anything.
Did he not he referred to you as his superior?
And?
You are encouraging these riots. You're provoking them. You may not be the one causing them, but you are doing what Shadow Lords do, which is working behind the scenes to cause these things.
And what are you encouraging, Delphine? Deceit?
How so?
What was the plan yesterday, exactly?
To stop the riot from happening.
Really, because Logan tells me it was to switch sides and encourage change.
Incorrect. I said that we wanted to talk about the station of which we were at, not that we wanted to switch sides. Logan interpreted it as that.
What are you hoping to accomplish here?
I'm hoping to take the human you have in the cage somewhere safe, because you're using him as a hostage right now. I'm hoping to end this animosity between our sept and your Geru. And I'm hoping to direct all the rage both our people feel and point it at the people who deserve to be at the end of it.
You are interfering with another's affairs outside of your territory.
The riots are happening inside of our territory.
Not that one.
Tampa's entirety is part of the sept. Ybor is simply my pack's territory.
And yet it was your pack that interfered.
When our sept leader requests that we do our part in aiding in the issues of the city, we do them.
And you always do what you're told, don't you, Delphine?
Man, you seem to complain a lot for a guy. You first saying we're not doing enough, then we're somehow doing too much now by going outside of our territory to help out the people in the city. I feel like you can't make up your mind if what we're doing, too much or too little.
Boy, the adults are talking. Forge, go ahead and make me a composure and resolve.
Can't lie, it was pretty good though. I won't, you got me a little bit that one. 2 successes.
Okay, your rage goes up by 1, and you take 2 points of superficial willpower damage.
I think he'll nod to that and he'll be like, all right, fine. And he'll look over to Logan. Logan, be straight with me. What's this guy offering you? Why are you working with him? Because I don't see where you gained the benefit from this dude. It seems like your doctor was the one helping you out. I don't know what this dude's offering, what he's doing for you.
Logan simply giggles softly. Chaos.
He didn't offer you what to make you one of us even more. He didn't offer you power. I doubt chaos was the only thing on the table, Logan.
No, it's true. He did offer more, but that's between me and him.
Did he also tell you that he can't actually do that? That what you'll be giving is a facade of an actual werewolf?
Said he offered me that.
Fair point. I just assumed you'd want to be one of us.
Why would I want to be one of you? Whiny little bitches worried about what? Humans? Worried about buildings? Worried about order?
Then why wear the pelt?
Makes me stronger. It makes me faster, and it allows me to actually be able to break the chains.
What chains, Logan? What is knocking you down here? 'Cause I want to know. Because, look, man, I don't fuck with what they did with you either. Send you facility to facility. That ain't fucking right, man. I want to know what's keeping you down. Because we're trying to fight for the same fucking thing here. But we can't just go torching every goddamn building because that's not going to hurt the people who really did that to you.
What do you think I'm fighting for?
That's what I'm trying to find out. Because you're just saying chaos like you're the Joker.
And you're just saying what? Protecting people like you're Captain America? Captain America doesn't have a man bun.
No, what I'm saying is that there's a way to do this shit that doesn't require everyone having to fucking die and making this all out war. You're just gonna hurt a ton of people who are just like you in the same fucking situation by doing that. It's not efficient either. So I'm just trying to find out, what are you fighting for, and we can figure this shit out. Because that's, like I said, you've only said chaos. You've only giggled in this corner, and I want to know what you're about.
Why do you care?
It may sound fucking strange coming from me, but before he actually pause for a second, if he considers what he's gonna say here, before he'll say, because I know there's been some fucked people in your life that's been pushing you along this route. Some people that I know that are awful, terrible people. I probably gave you this pelt you're wearing now that pushed you along this route and put you in this situation in life. And I feel bad for you, man. I feel bad.
Are you going to save me? Where were you 6 years ago? Where were you a year ago? You can't save everyone. Sometimes you just have to burn it down.
We didn't know you a year ago, Logan. You're here right now, though, and he actually wants to help you, unlike that man next to you.
Really? Ethan says, because I believe it was him who was very tempted to change sides just a few weeks ago.
I'm man enough to admit it. Your words got to me. You know how to say the right thing. Like I said, just because I had doubts just because I thought about it doesn't make me any less of a man. Doesn't make me less devoted to what I'm doing here. And Logan, like Delphine said, I didn't know you a year ago, but I know you now. And I know there's probably people out there that you may not even believe it, but those people fucking care about you. The people you're protesting with, the people that will get hurt with you, with what you're doing, they care about you. And they want to fucking burn this, cause change too. I know, dude, don't give me that fucking look. These people are going out there risking their necks with you. You don't think they care about you somewhat? These people go out there with medical supplies to help people. You think they just do that just because they don't care about anyone fucking there? No. They care about the people they're working with.
They are paper dolls dancing a dance to better their own lives.
Do you truly believe that? Do you truly believe that these people are worthless to you and what you're doing?
Are they worthwhile to you? Because, as far as I know, one of yours killed one of them.
I ain't saying that's justified. I ain't saying they shouldn't be punished for that. But they don't have to mean... People's lives matter because they're people, because they have lives. They don't need to be special. They don't need anything else, man. Like, I'm not caring about you because you're this edgy, stolen hide bullshit guy that's going around causing chaos for chaos. I care about you because you're a person, Logan. Despite what everyone else might try and tell you, you're a person with thoughts, with their own self. And I don't want for them to erase that from you, to take that from you. You deserve your rights and yourself.
Then why did they treat me like an animal? I just became what they made me. The system that you were trying to save, that you were trying to restore, that you were trying to... He just pushes the button and the cage drops into the water.
Delphine's going into Lupus and running towards it.
All right. So, we have entered into combat. I'd like everyone to declare their intentions. Obviously, you are shifting into Lupus and attempting to run. What are the rest of you doing? We'll start with Forged, and then Quinn, and then Raymond.
I do think it matters. What's after Logan presses the button? Is he doing anything, or is he just kind of still standing there like?
Oh, he's growing.
Oh, okay. You don't gotta tell me twice. I'll shift into Krynos too. We'll have a battle of ideals here.
Okay. So 2 rage checks.
You got it.
Do you have rapid shift?
Nope.
Okay. So it'll be a -2 to whatever you decide to do.
All right, so I lose a rage, back down to 3, and yeah, I think it's. Also, I gotta ask, what's Ethan doing? Is he just standing there, or is he also about to move into action?
He is just standing there at the moment.
Okay, so I'm just gonna focus on Logan then. I'm just gonna go up to him, and essentially I'm just gonna try and pin him to the ground, like grab onto him, throw him to the ground, and try and just keep him pinned for a moment, at least, and start just yelling. I can't yell any more words. It's just roaring at him to try and get him to come to his senses.
All right, go ahead and give me a strength and brawl. Quinn, what are you doing?
I am going to shift into my Galabro form.
Okay, 1 rage check. And you also do not have rapid shift, so you have to do a -2 to anything you wish to do.
I'm sorry. I have shredded skin, so I can just start
Right.
shredding my skin
Yep.
and
Okay.
taking the damage.
Well, just a reminder, I took 1 superficial damage because I have painful change.
Okay.
And then Quinn, while he's shifting, will kind of wait for Forged and then do his next action after seeing what happens with Forged and Logan.
So are you giving up your action for the round then?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, can I change from Lupus? Can I instead say I did Glabro instead of Lupus?
If you'd like to.
Okay.
And Raymond.
I will also like to go into Galabro.
Okay. Go ahead and make the rage check. What do you wish to do besides that?
I would like to try to use worm speech on his pelt.
Okay. You are able to use a gift. It will be at a -2 because you are shifting as well. And shifting is a minor action.
Isn't it against all? Isn't it like physical tests?
It's all tests. It is a
All
minor
tests?
action, yeah.
Oh, okay. Then
I believe a worm speech is... Yeah, worm speech is a full action.
okay. Then I'm going to instead of doing worm speech, I'll step to the side and kind of clear my line of sight of
Okay.
Quinn and Forged, and I'm gonna attempt to shoot Ethan.
Okay, go ahead and give me a composure and firearms.
Since I'm on the move, is that a dex instead of?
Well, you're trying to clear your line of sight, so I guess, yeah, you could do dex and firearms if you wanted to.
Okay. So on
Again, at a -2 if you're doing
Yep.
the shift.
By the way, I got 6 successes with my strength plus brawl roll.
Okay.
I only got 2 successes.
Okay. Delphine, I need you to make a dexterity and athletics. And that will be also at a -2 because you are shifting.
Total failure.
Quinn, I will also need you to make a dexterity and athletics at a -2.
Is that a -2 in Galabro, so it's a flat roll, or?
Oh, yeah, it'd be a flat roll. It would just be a straight roll. Without the bonus from being in Glabro, basically.
And I'm sorry, one more time. What was it? Dex and what?
Dex and athletics.
Do I get my dodge specialty?
Yes.
Thank you. This is physical, correct?
Yes.
All right, I will use the brutal gain. 6 successes.
Okay. Well, you have to be doing damage. You are not doing damage.
That's right.
For the
All
brutal
so
game.
then just 2 successes then.
Okay, with a brutal outcome, which makes it a failure.
Yep.
So, here's how this all goes down. Forged, as you go to engage with Logan, you leap forward, tackling him to the ground, but he manages to kick you in the stomach, breaking you apart as he goes into his large Krynos form. No damage exchanged, just even exchange. Delphine, Quinn, and Raymond. Delphine, as you change and start to move, Raymond, as you go to aim your shot, and Quinn, as you change and prepare to examine the situation, like a flash of lightning, Ethan moves forward, hits one of you, hits another one of you, and hits a third of you, doing 4 points of superficial damage already have to all of you. Now, an added bonus, as long as you are within 10 meters of Ethan, you cannot reroll willpower, as Icy Chill of Despair is in effect. Declare your next intentions.
I have a question.
Mhm.
So does that mean I can't use willpower to activate gifts, or just for rerolls?
Well, let's take a look. Is unable to use willpower to reroll dice or to regain willpower except through mystical means. So you can still use it to activate gifts, you just cannot reroll dice with it.
Gotcha.
Okay. Declare your next intentions.
I think I'm gonna keep mine pretty simple. We're just seeing Ethan, like a crack of lightning flash, running across the battlefield here. Ford will be quite pissed at, letting him slide by, as he will also activate his Spirit of the Fray in order to attack both him and Logan, acting as almost like a growl of a wolverine can be heard, as he will I'll have to make a rage check for each additional target. So only 1, 2. My rage being unchanged, and I'll roll my dice pool.
Okay. Delphine, what are you doing?
Not stopping. I'm going to continue running towards the water because I intend to go after Eli and the cage. But I will heal. I will try to heal a superficial.
Sure. And Quinn.
Looking at Logan, does he look like he's about to frenzy, or
He is frenzied.
He is frenzied.
There is no, if they go into Krynos, they're ultimately frenzied.
I couldn't remember if we knew that or not, so I just wanted to check in.
Yeah, he is frenzied.
I would then like to use Calm the Furious Beast. It is a willpower. If they are a supernatural and not a Garu, I don't know if the Stolen Moons are labeled Garu or not.
Your difficulty is 5. He does technically have 5 rage.
Perfect, thank you. It is Composure and Wisdom.
And Raymond, what are you planning to do?
Did Ethan punch all of us and immediately go back to the same position, or is he like? I'm gonna attempt to double fire on him.
Okay. You're sacrificing your next attack to add dice to this attack.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And how many dice do I add again?
Forgot what we did for that last time. I would say you can add. Let's say you can add 3 dice to it. Half your pool, or whatever half your pool is.
It would be 3.5, so rounded down.
So 3, yeah.
Yeah.
Those who got hit can go up a rage, correct?
Yes, if you took damage, you can go up a rage. Not damage self-inflicted, just damage.
Quinn got 6 successes
Okay.
on a crit. Yeah, on a crit.
Am I just rolling Dex and Athletics to...
Yep.
Forge got a 7 success with a brutal outcome.
Okay.
And then I got 7 with a crit.
All right.
I got 3 successes, and it's 666.
So, as you fire off your gun, Raymond, shooting 2 quick shots, one of them grazes him. And you can see the hissing and sizzling of the bullet hit, and he looks with intensity towards you and goes also into Krynos using rapid shift and launches himself forward at you. But because you were slightly ahead, he's not going to be able to attack you this round, but he will next round. Forged. With your 6 successes, you are able to hit, or how many?
7.
7
for
successes.
Brutal.
Okay. You are able to hit Logan as he is starting to lose his shape, sending him reeling and knocking over into a stack of crates nearby. And Quinn, obviously, you were successful in that. Delphine, what did you get?
3 successes.
Okay. As you go charging out of the door, heading towards the water, you feel a freight train hit you in the side as Victoria comes in off the side and spears you to the ground, doing 4 points of superficial damage as well as she takes you down. That's 2, though, halved. And yes, you did hit Ethan as well.
Yay.
Forged. Okay. Next round, declare your intentions.
Can I possibly, I know this might be a little bit more of a stretch, Spirit of the Fray to grab that pelt from Logan and then also still try to keep attacking Ethan?
He is way too far away. No, you knocked him because he became basically human sized, and you hit 7 with a brutal, sent him flying. And no,
Is
to
he
remove the
moving?
pelt would be a full action. You don't know.
Okay.
He's in a bunch of destroyed crates.
Okay, so it's a matter if I trust Raymond to survive a single round fighting Ethan, or to make sure, if I look to Quinn and I'm nod over to, like, I just point over to the possibly wrecked body of Logan, he'll just do that, and then he'll just focus the attention onto Ethan as he'll full charge towards him, sprinting on all fours to essentially just try and also do the same thing that Victoria just did, to spear him away and try and spare Ray from getting, potentially slaughtered by this man.
All right, then give me a strength and brawl. Delphine, what would you like to do?
I'm impaired, so trying to get away from Victoria is not going to be something I'm going to be able to do because she is in a room. So I will heal a superficial.
Okay.
did not go down in rage. And fuck. Oh. I'm going to go into Krynos.
Okay. Go ahead and make the 2 rage checks. Oh boy,
Down
not
to
looking
rage.
good. Yep,
I can still howl.
You
Not
could.
this round, but I still have a howl in me.
that's true. It is nighttime, the moon is out. All right, so what are you going to do with that action?
I'm mainly. She's still in Hamid.
Oh no, she's in Glabro.
Okay, fucking whore. I want to try to throw her into the warehouse.
Okay, go ahead and give me a strength and brawl. But you are at a
Minus 2
negative
because
2
of shit.
dice because of the change
So-
and because of the impairment. Oh, you're not impaired anymore. You gain. Did you gain
Yeah,
health?
because I got.
Yes, you
because in
gained
Krynos
health.
I gained health.
Yep. So you're just at a negative 2 from the change.
So
This
it's
is
like
also your
Glabro.
second change. If you keep changing, you're going to start taking damage.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to spend a willpower.
You cannot.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Well, it was 3 successes before the willpower expenditure.
Okay.
Even with Ethan running away to go to Ray.
10
still
meters,
getting-
my guy. It's a long distance.
That's on. Wait, 10 meters? Wait, hang on.
I don't know. I was just wondering. I just didn't know how long that range was. Because I
It's
think
about 30,
technically
33 feet.
Dang.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 33 feet. Damn, I'm still pretty close.
You're not getting very far. You got hit the first time, which would have slowed your momentum, and then you got sacked
Yeah.
by Victoria.
Okay, so then 3 successes to try to throw her in.
Okay. All right. Quinn, what are you going to do?
I am going to understand Forge's nod and run to the to Logan. Would it be an action to get over to him, or can I use my action once I'm there?
I would say, based off of the distance, you could use your action while you're there. Yeah, you can also take an action there.
All right, so I will use my action to get that pelt off of him.
Okay, give me a strength and brawl as well to try and wrestle it off of him. Because it is a coat, he's wearing it. All right, Raymond.
So I can't attack, but I can do other actions.
Correct.
3 successes to get the pelt off.
Does
I forgot Glabra.
as Ethan is charging at me, and he goes Krynos, does he look normal in his Krynos form, or does he have like any sort of I don't know, worm taint?
No worm taint.
I was trying to see if I can maybe worm speech him, but you know.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
He's Fenris, not Spiral, so.
You never know.
No,
never know.
very fair point.
I will use a rage check to try and heal one superficial, but
Yeah.
I still want to use these silver bullets, so I don't want to go out of Calabro. Get it into a defensive stance as he's charging me.
Sure, give me a Dex and Athletics. Okay, so while you're rolling that, we'll resolve this one piece at a time. Delphine, how many successes did you get?
3.
3. Okay. So as you attempt to grab onto Victoria as you're shifting to throw her into the warehouse, she plants her feet and carries your momentum through, swinging you instead and throwing you into the warehouse wall, doing 2 points of superficial damage, already halved. Quinn, how many successes did you get?
4 successes total.
4 successes total. Okay. So as you grab onto Logan and start trying to wrestle the coat off of him, he is resisting you as best as possible, trying to pin his arms to the side. But as he's doing so, you can see that he is saying something, almost like a chant or an incantation of some kind. And he may begin growing again soon.
Isn't he unconscious?
No.
I thought that's what happened when you come out of a frenzy.
You lose the
That's
wolf.
true. He does lose the wolf and go unconscious. Yeah, okay. Then in that case, yeah, you were able to wrestle the coat off of him. It's going to take you a couple of rounds to do so, because you got to pull those sleeves out and everything like that. Yeah, okay. Yep, you're right. No, he would have been unconscious coming out of frenzy.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. So Raymond and Forged. Forged, how many successes did you get?
A mighty 5 successes, relatively minor.
Okay.
Really, but
And Raymond.
I got 6 with a crit.
Okay. Raymond, you will take 1 aggravated damage as he is going to bite you with his jaws. And then Forged, you are going to take 2 aggravated damage as he's going to use Spirit of the Fray again to bite you as well.
my rage goes up. Also, does my rage go up because of my Luna's blessing for a rune is I get a rage if I convince another of my pack to follow my orders in battle?
Yeah, sure, why not?
5 rage, baby, we mad.
Okay. All right, next round. Delphine, you have been thrown against the wall. What would you like to do?
She's basically just standing guard. Is she involving herself in the fight now?
With you?
I didn't know how far in I went. Like, am I in the fray with the rest of them?
Oh, yeah, you're thrown into the warehouse, basically, yeah.
We need Ethan out, because I probably have noticed I can't spend willpower. Something's off.
Yeah.
All right.
You'd feel that chill on you as you're in the vicinity of Ethan.
All right, so I see that Forged and Ray are engaged with him. Fuck. We can't. I'm not going to be able to get past her. So I'm going to try to help take out Ethan with my packmates to see if that will hopefully make. If we get him off the board, that maybe a Victoria will retreat.
Okay, go ahead. Are you just using a normal attack?
I'm gonna normal attack, but also I'm going to heal superficial.
Okay. So give me a strength and brawl.
Down to 1 rage.
Now, Quinn, you're in Krynos, right?
No, I'm in Galabro.
Oh, you're in Glabro still? Okay, cool. All right, so Quinn, I'm just going to assume you're going to keep wrestling the coat off, so that's going to be your action for the turn, unless you want to do something else instead.
No, I feel like I need to get that coat.
Okay. Forged.
I like to imagine for Forge failing, it was like him trying to tackle, like getting bit in the shoulder as he just gets thrown off to the side, as he, let out a little whimper as he hits the ground. So he'll pick himself back up, and he will charge once again, trying to. Really, just all his main point here is that he just knows he needs to make space for Ray to back up to get a good shot off. So
Okay.
he's just trying to keep that, keep just charging into him, giving opportunities for Ray to take the shot and to fuck him up.
Okay, give me a strength and brawl. Raymond.
With him being right on me and like biting into my shoulder, if he's still like attached, I'm just going to throw the gun into his chest and just pull the trigger twice.
Okay, so it is a point blank range shot. Yeah, you know what? Go ahead and make a dexterity and firearms. He's not on you because he bit you and then bit Forge, but he is close.
Okay.
So
Okay. Yeah.
I will mention, I think this is round 4 that we're in now. The cage has been sinking for 4 rounds.
How long is a round usually? So I can keep.
There's no fluid amount of time.
Okay.
Usually it's viewed as 6 seconds, but in darkness there isn't like a set time limit.
Gotcha.
Okay. So. All right.
I got 10 successes with a crit and brutal outcome.
Okay. So as you pounce into the side of Ethan, knocking him away, bringing him down, Raymond, your gun goes off, but you miss because of Forged slamming into him. Also, you didn't beat the difficulty, but slamming into him, your bullet just hits the ground. You are now down 3 bullets?
I have 2 bullets remaining.
Okay.
I've been counting.
All right. Cool. Great. Okay. And Delphine, as you attempt to go for Ethan, you hear a laugh, a high-pitched female laugh, as Victoria chases and intercepts you again as well, putting an elbow into your back and driving you down to the ground, only doing 1 point of superficial damage in this case. All right, next round.
Victoria's definitely gotten a lot closer now, right?
Oh, yeah.
Now, no. Okay, because I think I'm about to try and bite, Spirit of the Fray, both of them right now, since they're a lot closer.
All right, and Delphine, what would you like to do?
I'm going to take a stain against Hirano, I believe, to go up rage, or is it Hoglusk?
I believe that is Hirano, yes.
I'm gonna take a stain Hirano, go to 5 rage.
Okay.
And I'm going to wait. Forge? What did you say you were doing?
Spirit of the Fray, both of Victoria and Ethan. Might not end up very well for me, I will say.
I'm going to try to bite at Victoria.
Okay, go ahead and give me a strength and brawl. All right, Quinn, 1 more round. After this, you'll have the coat.
Oh boy, I'll keep at it.
Okay. Raymond.
I can't fire again this round because I double shot. And so I see the coat as Quinn's trying to rip it off?
You can see Quinn over there wrestling with it.
Could I attempt to target it with warm speech?
Absolutely.
All right. So yeah, my voice will drop like 3 octaves and like double speak as I just start speaking unholy words as I'm trying to destroy the coat.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and make the roll to try and destroy the talisman.
I was going to ask before, hopefully not too late. I was wanting to try and use some rage to heal my ag damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, same. I forgot to do that. I was meant to do that too.
Yep. I will let it pass this time. Make sure to mention it when you declare your intentions in the future.
Will do. Drop 2 rage.
Yeah, I got a brutal failure.
Okay.
Verbs and adverbs, maybe, you know, you could argue something.
I mean, my adverbs are deliberately, firmly, logically, and triverbs are solve, subvert, and unearth.
Subvert.
I mean, firmly subvert or deliberately subvert. I guess I don't
Logically?
know fully what subvert means. off the top
Subvert
of my-
means to weaken, damage, or try to destroy an established system, power structure, or authority or belief from within.
So I guess deliberately subvert.
I will allow it.
So that
Because
would
you
be-
are stopping something from potentially happening. It is having this kind of item is a sin amongst werewolves. Like it is, Guru do not approve of this kind of activity in general. So that being a brutal makes it a critical.
5
and
with a
it-
crit.
Being a critical means that Quinn, as you're continuing to pull it off, it just dissolves in your hands as it starts to break apart. As Raymond speaks some ungodly words into existence. Okay. So, Delphine, what did you get?
6 successes.
Okay. And Forge, what did you get?
A whopping grand total of 2 successes.
Okay. So, and you were doing Spirit of the Fray.
Yeah, so you
Okay.
can target both of them.
Well, you don't even get
Do
past the
nothing.
first one. All right. So as you go to strike Ethan, Ethan lifts you up into the air and slams you down into the pavement, doing 4 points of superficial already halved as he drops you down into the ground. As Delphine tries to go for Ethan, she is...
No, Victoria.
Oh,
It was
for Victoria?
Victoria.
Okay. All right. So as you get how many successes?
6.
You do actually connect and break through her defenses, striking her hard, sending her reeling backwards. All right. Raymond, I need a dexterity and athletics -1, please.
Three successes.
Okay. You are also going to take force superficial damage already halved as Ethan is going to use Spirit of the Fray again and hit you as well, sending you reeling. However, what you've done has worked as you have activated Worm Speech successfully, but using such vile tones and words has just only upset Ethan more, because that's exactly what he's here to fight against, and you are representing it. So, Ethan will frenzy.
One's worm touched skin, flesh, and the other one just did worm speech. He's not having
Yep.
a good time.
He is very upset. Okay, next round. Quinn, you are free to do whatever you'd like at this point. The talisman has been destroyed. It is actively deteriorating in your hands as we speak.
Good. Do I see Ethan starting to frenzy?
Oh yeah.
I would like to use Calm the Furious Beast once more.
Okay. Delphine, what are you doing?
Victoria's pissing me off. I fucking hate this this cunt. I'm just attacking her.
Okay. You need a strength and brawl. Forged.
Do I see the moon from the prone position that I've been left in after I got Bane snapped on? Bane back broken?
I'll say sure, I'll give it to you, even though you're technically inside of a building, but the big garage door is open and there's windows, so sure.
I'll howl at the moon to get my rage and heal 6 point of superficial willpower damage because
Okay.
I have moon quickened. As I'll let out a furious howl to get back up and once again initiate Spirit of the Fray to attack this man.
Okay.
And also Victoria.
All right. And yeah, that didn't work. Quinn, sorry. But I do need a dexterity and athletics -1 from you. Raymond. Actually, I don't need that dex and athletics. You were far enough away that he wouldn't even think to go after you as well.
Seeing that he's like hyper fixated on me now, potentially, because
Sure.
he just frenzied in front of me.
Yeah.
I'm going to go into Krynos.
Okay.
Because I'm impaired.
Yeah.
So I might die if I don't do this.
That's
So
a very valid reason.
I'm gonna go Krynos and attempt to beat the shit out of him.
All right. So give me the 2 rage checks and then give me a strength and brawl -2.
I do have a question.
Mhm.
Because he's frenzying, and I know when you frenzy, you can't use gifts. Is his gift down now that he frenzied?
So that is an active aura of effect. It's not something that needs to be maintained. So he is not actually like performing a gift actively. There's nothing about concentration or anything like that. It lasts for the scene.
I was just wondering.
No.
Can I also heal?
Yeah.
Because okay. I'm gonna attempt to heal a aggravated.
Okay. What it will do, though, is prevent him from being able to use Spirit of the Fray, I realize, because that is a gift you have to actually activate.
Yay! That means he only kills you, Raymond.
Yeah, he sees Raymond, he's like, fuck that guy specifically.
Yep.
Yeah, it's perfect. That means he can't defend against me as well, so it's okay.
Well, he can still defend. He can still do dexterity and athletics.
As well, okay.
Yeah. Well, he can attack and defend in the same way I let you guys attack and defend as well. Delphine, what'd you get?
I got 10 successes with a brutal critical.
Okay. So
Fuck
as
this
you
cunt.
leap upon Victoria, you begin rending and tearing at her flesh, tearing her pretty badly, ripping it open, blood spurting out. She is, however, in response to that, going to start to grow. But you succeeded. You definitely hit her. All right. Forged and Raymond.
Spirit of the Fray targeted both of them with a 7 success. Just 7. Casual 7.
Okay. And Raymond.
I got 3 successes.
Okay. So Forged, you will be able to hit both, I guess both him and Victoria with your Spirit of the Fray. However, Raymond, you are unable to defend against him in this moment, so you are going to take 2 aggravated damage as he is going to bury his fangs down on you and start tearing and ripping at you. Okay. With she's not quite dead yet, and now she's growing and is going to shift. Next round. Quinn, you tried to use the gift, but it failed, so that is what your turn was. Okay, next round. Delphine, what's your action?
First I'm gonna heal an ag.
Okay.
I just lose 1 rage, and I'm trying to finish her.
Okay. Give me a strength and brawl then. Forged.
We keep it simple. Spirit of the Fray on both of them at 2 rage now. And I might go down to 1 after this, but and just tearing and clawing my way, tearing my jaws into the both of them to try and take either of them down right now. Back
Okay.
down to 1 rage.
All right, give me a strength and brawl. And Raymond.
As he's knocked me over and he's tearing me up, can I howl at the moon as a free action?
Yes.
Okay. I will try to return the favor and try and bite him.
Okay. Give me a strength and brawl. Bites are a little bit harder as they're close, like you need to be grappled or something to do so. So I will say it will be at a -2 since it is a very specific action. You have to get in close and bite. So you can, but I'm saying that is a little bit harder to do.
Wasn't he already like biting me and tearing? So like he's close enough to me to try.
Yeah,
and,
why
like,
not?
return
All
the
right,
bite?
I'll allow it. Yeah, he's basically grappled with you, so sure. That's a good point. A lot of good it did. All right. And Quinn, what are you doing?
I'm gonna try and go for Eli.
Okay. So give me a dexterity and athletics, not because you're dodging anything, but because you are trying to run as quickly as possible to the water's edge. It'll just tell me how much distance you're able to make quickly.
Jesus Christ, 2 successes.
Okay, you're getting there. You're running, but it's gonna take a minute. All right. So Delphine, what did you get?
6 successes.
And Forge, what did you get?
7 successes, targeting both of them.
Okay. So, as you start to crawl and slash Delphine, you find that you are not making any headway anymore. She is starting to be able to block you and defend. However, Forged is able to get through and nick her just a little bit. However, Forged, you do not hit Ethan with that blow. Raymond, what did you get?
I got another 3 successes.
Okay. Raymond, you are going to take another 2 aggravated damage as he is continuing to bite down and shake, ripping at the flesh and rending. All right. So, potentially the final round, depending on how this goes. Delphine, what would you like to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep attacking. I'm gonna heal a superficial, and I'm gonna attack her.
Okay. Yeah, then give me a strength and brawl. Forged.
Oh man, if I can't target, I risk losing the wolf if I target here or Spirit of the Fray right now.
Sure do.
You can take a stain.
And go to my third, potentially get my third dot of Hirano, and also because I'm morose, it's harder for me to resist getting that third dot of Hirano. You make a tempting offer, and I'll do it. Why not? We'll take the stain. I'll take the stain because I really need both of them to die right now. Because Ray will possibly die here, and I don't want that to really happen.
Okay.
So I'm at 5. I'll go down to 4 because of the Spirit of Fray.
All right. So go ahead and make your strength and brawl.
Only
Quinn, give me
4.
another dex and athletics to get to the dock and leap off into the water. Raymond.
Since it's kind of the trend and I need all the help I can get right now, I'm also going to take a stain to Hirano to top up my rage, try to get
Okay.
all the advantages I can. And in the guttural speech of Krynos, I will, before biting, say, "You're not strong, you're weak." And I'm going to attempt to bite him in the throat.
Okay. All right. Raymond. Right now, you have this other element in your body. Hashugut. So as time stops, as you are getting ready to bite, Hashugut says to you,
So, this is it. This is it for both of us. If this doesn't work. But I have the advantage of potentially moving somewhere else or going back to the spirit wilds. You don't. How angry are you willing to be?
If there's time, with the time stopped, there's a moment of self-reflection. He wants to say, "Oh, I want to be as angry as I can to protect my pack, to protect those around me." But there's also that small amount of me, not even small, a big amount of me that just wants to live and fulfill what he was promised, to see Jordan again, to be there, just to live.
so I'm going to tell you right now, you do not have enough successes to beat him. And if he does 2 more aggravated damage to you, you will die. And I mean die, as you will have been torn to shreds. Here is the offer. I will allow you an auto win for the cost of 1 full dot of Hoglosk.
Ray loves making deals, and this is a good deal. It fulfills his desire to fulfill his promise to Hashugut. It allows him to protect his pack, but also, more importantly, allows him to live and continue on. So he will think to Hashugut and say, "As angry as I could possibly be."
As you say.
Time begins again. Delphine, what did you get?
5 successes.
Forge, what did you get?
Only 4. Womp womp.
Quinn, what did you get?
4 successes.
Okay. Here's how this goes. Delphine, you do not have enough to stop her from fighting back, so you are going to take a point of aggravated damage as she is going to bite down on you to try and break your scratching and tumbling that you're doing with her. Forged, unfortunately, you are going to whiff both with your strike. Quinn, you go diving into the water, but you are going to have to continue to swim to try and get to the cage as it is now sunk for 6 rounds, 7 rounds at this point?
Actually, Quinn got 6 successes because there was 2 crits. There was a crit.
Okay. Well, they still have to swim. They're not going to get to the cage immediately. But you've got good headway now. I will say you are closer. Raymond, to quote a very famous individual, how do you want to do this? Actually, I'm going to tell you how you want to do this. As you go to bite, your teeth elongate, your jaw elongates, and that same disgusting worm speech starts to emanate from your mouth as you will grab onto Ethan's neck and just bite down further and further and further. And as you do so, you see him start to freeze up and gasp. And as he slowly shifts out of Krynos into Hamid, you see black veins start to spread across the bite wound from his neck down onto his chest as Ethan dies. But there is still the issue of Victoria, who is still standing. Sort of. Next round.
I'm going to focus my attention on her with my my elongated razor claws, which adds half my glory. I'll round it up to the attacks of 2 or damage, so 2. So it'll be a 6 plus, 5 plus whatever I get damage. And I'm just gonna try and hopefully not kill her totally. I'll even use a willpower, because now I can use it.
You can use it. Ethan is dead.
9 with a crit for me.
Yeah.
I'm going to heal a superficial. And I'm going to assist Forge in ending her.
Okay. Give me a strength and brawl. Quinn, I need a strength in athletics at this point, as you are now fighting against the water to get down towards where the cage has sunk.
Okay.
Raymond.
Still probably feeling that anger. He's going to abandon Ethan's body a little forcibly and then just run at Victoria.
All right, give me a strength and
attempt
brawl.
to bite.
Yep.
All
You
right,
can use willpower, I was going to say.
Let's remember Glabro this time.
Okay. So, Delphine, Forge, and Raymond, in that order, tell me what you got.
4 successes.
Okay?
9 with a crit.
Okay?
4 successes.
Okay?
3.
All right. So, now that there are 3 of you on top of Victoria, I am going to bring this combat to a close, as it would take very little effort over time for the 3 of you to overwhelm her. There's no path of escape. There's no way out. You just start rending and tearing and overwhelming her defenses. I will give you the choice. Do you wish to kill her, or do you wish to just knock her unconscious?
I almost want to say for Forge's end, I kind of want to make it a rage check almost, just to see if I get a brutal, and if because Forge wants to keep her alive, but being a guru and having the rage in you, kind of sometimes that's not an option.
I won't make it a rage check. I'll make it a composure and resolve check. If you can keep your composure, you can potentially stop yourself. But this is the heat of combat. You have been fighting. You have been biting. You have been clawing. The wolf inside of you is very much the forefront right now.
It's funny because that's the exact same roll. Almost.
Well, there you go.
It's just, so, hey. Brutal outcome, 8 crit. Okay.
Okay. So you guys will, through your combined forces, tear Victoria limb from limb, who goes out screaming and wailing as her limbs are just torn off of her body, ripping her almost completely in half, discarding the pieces off to the side. You have succeeded. Both Victoria and Ethan are now dead. But the story doesn't end there. As Quinn, you are submerged into the depths of the bay, swimming as hard as you can to get down to the cage. Give me a stamina and athletics to see if you can go deep enough, because the water is deep enough to bring in cruise ships. So it is not shallow, and the cage has sunk pretty far. It can sink quickly in a matter of seconds.
Oh, yeah, okay. Never mind. I was gonna think about going to Krynos, but I'm not gonna do that. Alright, and I'm not attacking anything unless I'm attacking the water. No, I'm kidding.
Well, you could
No.
argue for your auspice verbs and verbs and adverbs.
That is true.
I don't know if I have it. Okay, I have my auspice: cleverly, provocatively, subtly, tribe, discern, discover, heal. So none of that.
No.
work.
No.
Damn it.
Okay, so as you are going down into the water, you feel your lungs starting to squeeze, that pain starting to kind of enter into your system. You will take 2 points of superficial damage as you are starting to lose breath. Now, as long as you remain underwater, if you wish to keep trying, you will be at a -2 because you are doing so with very little to no oxygen. What do you wish to do? You are in the water.
I will continue.
Okay, give me another stamina and athletics at a -2.
I'm not going to spend a willpower, so only 1 success.
Okay. So as you take another 3 superficial physical damage, you can't keep going down. You have to return to the surface. If you were to try to, you would just drown at this point, which you'd probably come back from being a guru, but it would take a while for you to restore. So as you start pulling yourself up to the surface to get that air, that desperation hitting you, you forgetting for a moment that you are a guru and you could survive a drowning, but is it even worth it at this point? You get back up to the surface to breathe. The 3 of you have succeeded in destroying the guru as you see Quinn press to the water outside, gasping for air, alone.
I'm going to look at Delphine and Forged and just say, grab my gun, and I'm going to fall out of Krynos and just collapse to the ground, just unconscious.
Okay.
I'm gonna go in the water.
You can choose to stay in Krynos,
I'm
but you will have to
staying in
spend a
Krynos.
willpower every round. Okay.
Hey, thanks, Ethan. I got plenty of it right now.
All right, then go ahead and give me a strength and athletics to start swimming.
Can I also try and do that hare's leap out of the garage and essentially do a swan dive into the water, try and swim as fast as I can in Krynos?
Sure, I'll just let that automatically work. You just fly out of the water, out of the garage into the water, splashing in. Spend a willpower and give me a strength and athletics.
Quinn's gonna swim back to see Ray unconscious and grab the stolen moon as well.
Okay. Quinn, as you go to grab the stolen moon, they are gone.
At least no jacket.
All that jostling and noise woke them up from their unconscious stupor, and they bailed.
Valid.
Okay. So, Forged, you are just gliding through the water as you are pulling yourself down deeper and deeper. Delphine, not so much. You are trying to pull yourself under, but you just see Forge just go right past you under the water going down. For those that are swimming, I need a stamina and athletics to keep going. Forged, I'm actually going to give you a +1 to your stamina and athletics because you did make such an initial dive.
Oh, I'm gonna use a willpower. 3 successes from me.
4 successes.
Okay, so as you start to catch up, getting down, Delphine, I want you to take a point of superficial damage physically because you are starting to feel the lungs burn a little bit as you get lower into the water. Forged, I need you to take 2 superficial damage as your lungs are also starting to burn as you get further down in the water. One more round of this, and then I will allow you to look for the cage because you have to get pretty deep.
All right, I'll actually. I'm gonna use my rage or roll, trying to heal 2 superficial willpower damage.
Okay.
I'm going to heal. I'm gonna heal a superficial and keep swimming.
Okay. Then stamina and athletics.
Four successes.
Yeah.
I'm just happy not to get brutals.
Me also.
4 successes.
Okay, both of you are going to take an additional superficial health damage from the squeezing, burning of your lungs. However, you may make a wits and awareness or investigation to try and find the cage.
I can do might be a bit of an ask. Does my bonar favor of finding something lost or overlooked?
I'm gonna say no, because you know exactly where it is. You are just trying to make sure you can get eyes on it.
Yeah, I had to throw it. 4 successes with me.
Also 4 successes.
Okay. You can see through bleary, blurry eyes under the surface of the water, the cage sinking still slowly to the bottom. It hasn't quite hit bottom yet. However, you see there are very few bubbles coming out of the cage.
I would like to try to rend it open.
Okay. Well, if you guys want to work together on this, a combined
Forged.
strength and athletics.
Yeah,
I'll help Forged.
All right, you can take a bonus 2 dice from the Krynos strength of it all.
Oh, nice. Right. Should I use the willpower here?
It is a cage.
I do get to break something this round, so I don't have to worry about spending.
You do
it.
not.
So I will use it this round because it's really important. Oh, 5 successes. I'll still take it.
Okay. I'll say it takes a moment. It takes a lot of jostling and pulling, but through your combined efforts, you are able to wrench open the cage and grab Eli and start swimming up to the surface. Rather than making roll, actually, I'll take 1 roll, 1 strength and athletics roll, and if you roll high enough, you will breach the surface, but it'll determine how much damage you take to get there, because it is still going to hurt without oxygen or very little oxygen to make this.
Can I argue for a hair's leap?
You're not
Jump
at the
off the
bottom.
cage?
You have nothing to push off of. No, the cage is sinking still.
Darn. We'll just raw dog the roll. It's fine.
7 successes with a crit.
Okay.
Six successes.
Okay. So both of you can make it up to the surface. Forge, take 2 points of superficial physical damage for the whole way. Delphine, take 1 point of superficial damage for the whole way. As you both break the surface coming out of the water, also spend one more willpower for both of you for the swimming.
All right. I'm gonna try and spend 2 rage to, or not spend 2 rage. I'll try 2 rage checks, see if I can heal my superficial damage.
Okay.
Because I'm about to drop out Krynos myself personally. Back down to 1 rage. But that's just enough so I'm not gonna immediately fall unconscious.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, I will be impaired, but I'll be okay, as I will fall out of Krynos at this point.
I will
All right.
also fall out of Krynos, and I also am impaired, but I'm still able to
You're still
float.
conscious. Okay. All right. So as you breach the water, pulling Eli to the surface, gasping for breath, trying to get that precious oxygen, you both shift back into your Hamid forms. You're holding on to this seemingly lifeless body. He is
I'm going to-
unconscious, but not dead, unless you do something very quickly.
I'm going to take a point of aggravated willpower damage, so that way I can use Mother's Touch on him.
So here's what I'm going to say in regards to this. Mother's
Okay.
Touch heals physical damage. He has water in his lungs.
Okay,
So
all right.
he needs CPR more than anything. It's not going to take the water out of his lungs.
Then I'm going to, like, as we're swimming him closer, I'm going to shout for Quinn because we need help getting him up, and we are very weak right now.
Yeah.
Just
Well, you're not that
shouting
far
Quinn's
from the
name.
surface, so you're able to get to the shore pretty quickly, pulling Eli's lifeless body up onto the shore. Quinn, if you would like to assist, or if you would like to do CPR, you can do so with an intelligence and medicine check.
I'm going to help him once
Okay.
I'm out of the water.
Okay. So one of you is breathing, the other one is doing the chest compressions.
Absolutely.
So you can take an additional die to the intelligence and medicine from.
Medicine does not count as physical, correct?
I would say no, not in this case.
One success with a brutal outcome.
You're trying to heal?
I was just about to say that. Let's see here. Cleverly, provocatively, subtly, discern, discover, heal.
Trying to think of what's provocative or subtle about this.
Cleverly heal? I'm doing CPR.
Okay. The heals got me. The cleverly doesn't. There's nothing clever about it. This is
Sure.
standard practice. So I will give you a choice. You can either fail because you didn't get both adverb and verb, or you can succeed at a cost.
Can I know what the cost is before I make the decision?
Sure, we'll do this the same way I did the Hashugut of it all. I will say, if you are willing to take a stain against Hoglosk, a stain, not a full point, a stain, you can get the success necessary.
Then yes, I will take that devil's bargain.
Okay. So as you are desperately pressing compressions against his chest, Delphine, as you are blowing air into his mouth, A moment passes, and then another moment, and then another moment. And then he sits up, coughing and spitting blood and air and water out because the chest compressions do crack his ribs. But he is alive.
She'll let out a little bit of a sob of relief because this is just a lot. This was a lot. We're all in pain. Ray's passed out. We killed 2 people, and he almost died. So she's just going to have just stay down. We've got you. Lay down. You're gonna be okay.
So now you could use the mother's touch if you wanted to, because he does have internal bleeding from the cracked ribs.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the aggravated willpower and...
Yeah. So you can just roll because... Well, actually, you don't even have to roll anything. He has 0 rage, so whatever you rolled would be allow him to heal an aggravated, unless you're looking to do a bunch of superficial.
I could just take half. And
You could just take half.
Healing an ag.
Yeah. So, okay. The bleeding in his lungs at least subsists. And I will say he does fall unconscious, but not the kind of unconscious from drowning, the kind of unconscious from I almost died. And that is very exerting to anyone. His heart's still beating, although weakly, but he is alive.
Panting, she's just gonna make sure, just take a couple more moments. She puts her fingers to his neck just to feel that pulse there. She puts a hand on his chest, making sure he's breathing. And then she's feeling the relief of him just being unconscious, because now she can fall back into leader mode in this moment to make sure that they clean up. So, looking up to Forged and Quinn, she's going to say, put their bodies in the van. Ethan and Victoria's. Get Ray into the van as well. And then we gotta we gotta figure out where to take Eli, where they're not gonna ask too many questions.
So to make this a little bit easier, I will tell you that the SEP leadership knows of a clinic with somebody who is a little bit better or a little bit more willing to let things slide by the name of Ivy. So you are able to successfully take them to the clinic. You have succeeded. You have destroyed Ethan. You have destroyed Victoria. You have destroyed the abomination of a coat that bared the hide of the Guru. But at what cost? All of you have had to make choices that could push you further to Harano, further to Hoglosk, further to losing who and what you are. But sometimes, for success, it's worth sacrifice, and especially in the case of Guru. So this is where we will go to our break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story. Welcome back. It's been 3 days since the event of the shipping warehouse. 3 days since you looked death, horror, terror in the face. 3 days since you killed. Quinn, you wanted to do something to get away from it all, to unwind, because it has been kind of a series of tense events, one after another, and finally there's a moment of still, of calm. In the days since, the riots have dropped altogether. There's no more uprisings. They just seem to have petered off and faded away in the minds of the local authorities, thinking that order is restored, peace is restored, and making a big hullabaloo about how the fine men and women of the Florida police and Tampa police are responsible for this event, and that they didn't need the National Guard to come in and restore order, that they have strength here in Tampa. But you know the truth. They got lucky. Because if you guys had failed, the city would burn. But not now. Now there actually can be peace, at least for the moment. Because even with Ethan dead, even with Victoria dead, the Fenris are still out there, and it's very unlikely they're going to take this lying down. But how long will it take for them to find out? Ethan was working in a clandestine way. He was going against the grain, employing outside help rather than his own people. So clearly there was some division among the Fenris. What does that mean? What are the potentials and possibilities? That is not something to concern yourself with right now. Because right now, you actually get to breathe. So you and Forged head out to the South Pier along the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, a very, very popular fishing destination, to the point that there are vehicles lined up all along the pier, individuals with large ocean fishing poles, sending their bait down into the water below. The Sunshine Skyway Bridge is a very tall, very steep bridge, big enough to allow cruise ships to go underneath it, to go to the port of Tampa. Now you're able to find a nice little spot far enough away from the other fishermen so that you could have a open and casual conversation with Forge without worry of being overheard. It's a nice day. The rain has held off long enough to allow for this activity, despite the constant and intermittent storms that seem to sweep through the area. But it's a beautiful sunny day, about 90 degrees outside, as the two of you arrive, set up your sight, and begin fishing. The scene is yours.
Forge currently with the lawn chair set up, where he has his chair, his foldable chair set up with the fishing line kind of in a cup holder being held up, with he waits for anything to bite onto it, as he has a beer on the right side, on the other cup holder, as he dressed very much for the beach wear here, swimming trunks, no shirt on, as only slides on, and he lets his feet rest in the water a little bit as he just stares out. He doesn't look to be having that great of a time, even though but he is seemingly trying to cheer himself up a little bit.
Quinn is also in some swim trunks, some sandals that are slightly chewed from when Willow used to grab them, sunglasses, and heavily suntan lotion all over his very white body. He also has a cooler, which he opens up, and there is beer and a nondescript soda that is green, for himself, the beer for Forge, taking it from Stakes' stock since they haven't been here for a while.
Quinn, considering your very, very pale flesh, I'd like you to make a stamina and resolve, but I will give you an additional die for the use of sunscreen.
Are we still at the rage?
No, you're at a rage 1 now. You've
Thank you.
come down, you've calmed.
3 successes.
Okay, you're gonna get a sunburn. However, you're a guru. You'll be able to regenerate it, no big deal. But it's gonna be uncomfortable, at least for a little bit, after this fishing adventure. But the two of you may continue.
You see Forge as he'll just be quiet as he's staring out into water, waiting for a bite, and he'll kind of just uncomfortably shift around a few times before looking on over to Quinn. Will you please start talking about something? Because I'm about to blow my brains out with how boring this is getting.
What are you talking about, boring? It's beautiful out.
Dude, I'm just sitting here. I mean, it is funny to see you get all red here. I will take that, but I've never been a fan of fishing all that much. I know in hell, that Michigan area, they had a whole bunch of lakes and stuff. People could go and do that, but never really was my kind of thing.
Oh, I see. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming anyways. Is there something on your mind you want to talk about?
A deep breath in and exhale. Well, yeah. I mean, we won, and yet it doesn't feel like a super great victory. I don't know. I mean,
Okay, why doesn't it feel like a super great victory to you?
well, did it feel like a great victory for you? I mean, at least give me that from your end first. Let me know how you're feeling about it a little bit before I start divulging all my, trauma shit onto you.
Well, I mean, I kind of agree. I don't think it was the greatest thing in the world. Most of you guys got beat to shit, and 2 of us, whether they were evil or not, died. And then 2 people got seriously harmed.
Yeah, I think you summed it up pretty well. I mean, I don't mind getting my ass whooped, and I'm pretty sure everyone else can, healing ain't too bad. It just sucks for the little bit, and you're fine after, but... I mean, Ethan dying... I'm kind of strangely okay with that. I mean, dude with, a menace, he was an asshole. He would just keep doing fuck shit over and over, and there was, I don't think, any world where we could have coexisted. But... Victoria, you see he'll uncomfortably stretch. That's sticking to me a little bit.
Yeah, it's hard to know that any one of us has died, and I'm sure she would have been great in bed, but here we are.
It may kind of selfish, but not even that. It's more like, don't laugh at me. I don't know how you ex-nation dudes are, but that's the first time I consciously killed someone.
Oh, this is your first time?
Don't say it like that. No, that just sounds fucking weird. No. Yeah, obviously it was. I mean, I've when I first changed, I killed a couple people, and they were trying to kill me though, and I killed plant zombies, plant hybrid zombie vampire thing. There was this, I don't know what the hell this, Pentex lady was, but she definitely wasn't human.
So this is your first, like, human incident then? Or, I guess, ish.
I mean, we're still, I think, pretty human, all things considered, but yeah, I mean, not worm monster or, being in a frenzy kill, yeah. And, dude, something about just, I didn't mean to, Like, I was trying not to.
Yeah, well, I mean, they were hitting you guys pretty hard. It was self-defense at the end of it.
That wasn't self-defense at the end. Quinn, don't try and make me feel better in that regard. That was a slaughter at the end. We brutalized her. There's nothing she could have done about that. I just got carried away and I wasn't paying attention. And now she's not here anymore.
Well, I mean, it's hard to say you shouldn't blame yourself because it did happen and you are feeling some way about it, but yeah, maybe you should work on that.
The thing I've been really working on that. That's kind of like been my whole thing, is like being more composed and like make sure I'm more, not freaking out as much. But like, that's the thing. I didn't frenzy. I didn't lose my control. It's just, I don't know. Have you? It might be kind of a lot to ask, but like, do you know kind of how that is? Like, have you ever had that kind of moment?
Kind of, yeah. Definitely while I was training, there were definitely some incidences. I mean, my whole reason for kind of leaving my last Karn was because I caused someone to decimate a lot of people. It wasn't me who did it, but I kept someone around who did.
And like, did that get any easier? I mean, because I'm sitting here now and it just kind of sucks. I still feel shitty about it. I'm still thinking about it. Kind of just, I mean, I'm glad that we won. We showed them that we can't be fucked with, and now we get a break and can actually show that we know what we're doing. But just didn't hope that I didn't have to actually kill a person. As crazy that might sound, right? I think I know a lot of people who seem to be very gun-ho happy with just killing whoever's the enemy, but I don't want to.
No, I agree with you on that, Forge. I don't think it should start off as a fight. I think fighting should be last resort if there isn't any conversation to be had or any way to de-escalate the situation. But in that instance, we had no other choice.
Fighting is not the thing I'm worried about. Like, you can fight someone and not kill them. Like, fighting is not necessarily a bad thing always, but it's just, I mean, people do martial arts and beat each other up and don't kill each other every time because of it. Not everything the blood sport, but man, it's just, especially thinking about what Ray was saying. Ray was talking about killing Logan, like just out of the gate. He was like associated with this Rick guy, with Rick and with what he's it with. We gotta kill him, and that's just something about that mentality. Just feels wrong.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I don't know much about this Rick guy other than the small things that you guys have said, but I'm sure he's got some issue with him, and that probably impacted his opinions on what he wanted to do, but I also don't think that Logan really needed to be killed. I think he may have been able to be convinced, or at least thrown somewhere where he could get the help, but he's not here anymore. He got away, he's somewhere else.
At least without the jacket, he can't be, as big as a problem. He's just gonna be who he is.
So why didn't you stop yourself from killing her?
I didn't want to. I mean, I was trying not to kill her, but I just felt it was blood. There was, tearing, thrashing, and there was screaming, so much screaming, and I was just so lost in it, caught up in it. I just knew if she just stopped moving, I would have stopped, but she just kept thrashing and twitching, and I kept going with everyone else, and I don't know.
Well, we all get caught into it sometimes, but maybe, again, you need to work on that. You're always the one questioning, saying that we're doing stuff that you feel we shouldn't be doing. Try to do that more when you're in that kind of mind state.
Quinn, I'm struggling here. I'm not trying to be aggro. I'm trying to be chill. This is a good day. I'm trying not to be too much of an asshole here, but it just feels like you're saying this, this, and you feel like you don't get it, because you had someone around that caused a lot of death, and that sucks, but I don't know if you know what it's like to be in that state, and it's just, it feels kind of empty, man, just kind of hearing it and just not experiencing it.
Sure. Well, I don't have much experience in that. Like, I shifted for the first time and I killed my mom, Forged. That's it. Like, that's all I can contribute to that is I got so pissed and angry, and in that mind state, I shifted and I changed for the first time, and she's dead because of me.
A very awkward pause from Forge as he looks over, and his expression changes to more pity and like, damn, feeling bad for Quinn here, as he'll say that. Yeah, I think that's like one of the worst change stories I think I've ever heard. You want to talk about that more, or that kind of?
I mean, I'm open to talking about it. I'm supposed to be talking more about it, so I might as well. Do you have any questions before I tell you the whole spiel?
I think I'll let you kind of, give what you want to give here, and then we'll see from there.
Sure. Well, I grew up in a very broken household. My mother was a severe alcoholic. I don't think I ever knew a moment where she wasn't under the influence of something. My dad was okay. He tried to make things better and make it more of a family situation, but over time he felt it was too much, and he got out and decided to leave us forever and leave me with the problem. And then it continued. She was a horrid individual to me the entire time. I got beaten, locked away, terrible things. And then one day I came home and she was trying to do it to me again, and it just got to me. I got so angry and so upset. I was 18 and she was still beating me like I was a 5-year-old kid.
George nodding along as he's listening, taking a couple sips from his now warm drink, as he'll say, "Damn, that sucks pretty fucking bad, man. That's rough. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry. My home life was not bad. I mostly made my home life the worst, being an asshole kid, but I couldn't imagine not having my family. I mean, that's kind of holding on to that kind of gives me the hope that I have today."
Yeah, well, it's harder in the context of I do understand you wanting to not hurt the individuals and not kill them, because I also didn't want to kill my mom at first. I stayed for her. I could have left and tried to find my way out, find a different thing. I stayed because I was stupid enough to believe that she would fix herself.
So, I mean, that's something I'm just thinking about. If there, uh, where exactly is the line? Because I mean, obviously, if they're like evil worm monster, yeah, for sure. Um, if they're evil Pentex monster, yeah. But then, I mean, Ethan, I mean, probably, right? And I don't think there was any other way that could have gone with him. He was just going to keep doing that over and over until till we either got destroyed, died, or he won. And, like, I don't know. It's just hard to think, like, with all this bullshit, you gotta think, like, I had people saying we should, like, murder managers of, like, Pentex because they might know something, and it's like, that feels kind of fucked, right? Like, I don't know. It's just complicated, and I don't like fucking thinking about this shit. And yet I have to.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really shoot the middle people. They don't always know everything. If they do know something, then maybe that's something there, but it's not important to outright kill people just because they work for someone.
Like, where's the line for you then, you know?
I guess it teeters between if it is excessively impactful to the world where it is harming individuals to an extent that is unremarkably horrid. Black spirals, for example. Even Ethan, as much as he was part of the Fenris stuff, he was kind of teetering on a spiral-esque avenue there.
Working with someone that was working with a Black Sparrow dancer.
Well, that, but also, like, even his thoughts and feelings and the way he presented himself was not really, like, a Fenris person.
Yeah, I did kind of expect, like, a Fenris person to be a lot more, like, macho man, kind of alpha male vibe. Like, I got that from Kyle and, like, Victoria, but, like, I didn't really get it from him. He just seemed like he wanted to just, he was just a psychopath or a sociopath, whatever the fuck the difference is.
Yeah, well, so I do agree that Ethan needed to go either way, but I agree with you as well that Victoria probably didn't need to die, but she was also aggressive and violent and volatile, and I'm being told that that's not what we need to do here, so.
I've been kind of asking a question to everyone. I guess it's probably the best time to ask now, but, like, what are you, like, fighting for, Because, like, I know everyone, the default answer, and I'm gonna already get to you on this one, is for Gaia, and it's for the world, and, I get that, like, obviously, duh, but, like, there more to that, right? I mean, where are you stuck around here when you didn't have to, and even though the person you came here with left, you're still here, which I'm not exactly sure why. No offense, but it's just...
Jeez, Forge, I'm really feeling the love from you.
dude, I mean, you like came in with like, you know, the the fucking nation's strongest soldier kind of vibe, or like I'm here, you know, blah 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 nation, blah blah blah, you know, proper conduct and order or whatever, blah. And then saw all the shit we were doing, and then the person you came here with that was like your whole thing left, and then you're just kind of like, I don't know, you're still doing everything, and I'm just kind of wondering why. I mean, no offense. Appreciate you being
Well,
here.
Well, while I was up there, I had a purpose, and down here, I feel like I have another purpose that's more impactful. I can do more things down here than I can up there, especially now. So I might as well stay and try to better this world as best I can. I mean, I work for an outreach program, for God's sakes, Gaia's sake.
But why?
Well, I mean, the outreach stuff is pretty much because I want to help people. I want to support them as best I can because I couldn't do that with the one person I tried so desperately to do.
Yeah,
But,
not that as much. More the why are you trying to make the world a better place thing.
well, the same reason I told Ethan I still have hope. Because I do. I have hope in this world, and I feel like it can be done here. I think we can grow hope, and eventually that hope will hopefully help Gaia.
So, like, what kind of better world are you trying to make? I mean, we probably have different ideas of that. Like, what's your hope for? What do you hope for?
I just want a place where people can feel safer.
Orange will stare at you for a long minute, just not saying anything. Or that that's it.
Does it have to be a long, lengthy thing, or can it just be simply, I just want people to be safe? I understand that that's also a big ask. The world is not a safe place.
I think I've just been talking with the wrong people because like every time I've been kind of on this, it's been like the most like really long-winded, you know, discussions of the soul of their philosophy and everything. And it's just kind of been like I'm a little surprised, you know, the first time where it's just been like just that. I mean, I get it. I want this place to be safer too. I was just, oh, I guess it's a nice surprise from everything, from all these, you know, maniacal villain monologues you've been getting, and the the world's worst Joker impression, and you know how it is.
Yeah. Has anyone asked you what you want?
Probably like a ton. I mean, yeah, I kind of needed like a lot of help getting onboarded to everything, and it's, um, you know, just I got a. I guess you weren't. Yeah, you weren't here for all that. I have a. I guess you were here right when it went for it. But I have my kid that, needless to say, was kind of an asshole, was very much an asshole. I got a girl pregnant, you know, and I just didn't. I bailed. Not very proud of it. And she came looking for me, and I, you know, from a bit of convincing from Delphine and someone else that you don't know of, I decided to actually step up and be a dad. And it, I mean, if I didn't do that, I think I probably already fucked off and gone done something else, because I that's kind of given me so much purpose and helped me, you know, mature a lot more.
I'm glad you have a purpose then, Forge. Also, do you have a name? Because I only know you as Forge from Failure.
I do. I I don't really like people knowing it or calling me it. It's complicated. I mean, it's Bradley, but it's just that's the dude, that's the asshole that left and you know, kind of fucked off. It's better now. I tried, and I got my kid to a safe place now. Maybe for the best. My family has completely forgotten about me, and they have no recollection of me whatsoever. And I've been completely erased from their lives by the Black Spiral. So probably safer for them for that
Well,
regard.
hold on. Roll that back for me just a little bit there. What? Your family don't remember you?
Yeah. Long story short, my younger brother, got kidnapped by the Black Spiral by Rick. He did something to erase the memories of me entirely from my mother, father, and sister, and so they don't think I existed. And he decided to pretend to be, I don't even know if it was pretend. He was married, or I guess dating, quote unquote, a another Black Sparrow dancer, and pretended that my child was his child. So it's, you can imagine why I was in the state I was in when I came back, and why don't I do not have much tolerance for the Black Spiral.
Yeah, I wouldn't either, man. That's really bad.
But they're probably safe, right? Because I mean, they got no memory of me. They won't search for me. I I hope when things get better, that there can be a memory of me that can resurface. That maybe we can get that back. But at least for now, they don't have to worry about me.
Forged, the Black Spiral know of your family. That's not good.
I know. I I can't really, I can't do anything about it. So the hope that I can have is that that only my brother really cared, and that's the only way they'll mess with them.
All right, well, I guess if you need any help with that, I'm here for you, man.
I mean, it's fine. I had a lot of time to think on it. I got a lot of people to chat with, and you know, spirits to trauma dump onto. So they're pretty good at taking those as well, I think. But yeah, I got a nice community down here. I got another family here, and you know, with the pack and people I hang out with, even starting a small little group of my own.
Oh, I was unaware of this.
Yeah, I got together with some punks and other people I've known, and we started a little, you know, like community thing where people share their skills and kind of help each other out, and you know, becoming less reliant on the government. You know, trying to actually make something better. You know, so when we eventually kick out these spiral assholes and you know burn them from their dens, we can. You know, my kid comes back, he'll actually have a good place to come back to, and not just the same thing but on fire this time.
Wow. Okay. Well, if you need any help with that, or if they need any outreach stuff, just let me know.
How are you holding up? Sorry, I just went on that whole fucking trauma, you know, that whole spiel there, and just, I mean, don't know how often people have been checking up on you. I know a little bit more of the came in late, so I imagine a little more awkward.
Yeah, it's been real awkward. Uh, but I'm doing better. I'm trying to be more open, trying to be more honest. I'm trying to make connections. I do feel like I haven't really tried my hardest to bond and connect with you guys, and we're a pack and we're supposed to be doing that, and I just don't feel that way.
Is this helping? If you'll look to this line that has not gotten a single bite this whole time.
I'm having fun. Just because you're not having fun doesn't mean other people can't have fun.
I thought you were gonna ask me to go to like the club or something. I mean, I'm just saying, not my. I'm not usually the one to make weight, but I can't lie. I can see a little bit of the appeal. The water's nice, even though I almost drowned the last 2 missions I went on, and the fresh air, the fresh ocean air is good.
I even brought you beer, Forged. I don't even drink, and I brought you beer.
That's like the bare minimum. All right, let's be real. But yes, it's. I have. Would more of these help then? Do you want more fishing trips to feel more connected, or what more can we do for you then? Like what?
I mean, fishing's fine. I don't mind the club either. I just wanted some quiet time from all the stuff we've been doing, and the club is kind of noisy.
It keeps a thought out of my head, but yeah, I understand.
But no, I'm doing all right. I am doing fine. I will take some time, I think, as much as you have your own issues with killing Victoria. I also have my own issues with the other 2 people who were harmed. Like Logan and Eli, they were hurt in all of this, and they barely knew anything about any of this.
Yeah, I'm just really happy that Eli made it. I think that's kind of maybe clouding my perception of that a bit more. Just the relief that he, came through with it, thanks to you. Good job on that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the acknowledgement that I am a great individual.
You're a great individual at CPR. How about that?
It's a start.
Just let that a little chuckle if he'll take another sip. Anything else you want to talk about? I think the silence of this and the peace is actually kind of growing on me a little bit here.
I mean, I'm done. If you have any questions, I'm willing to answer, but I think I've got everything I need from you.
Everything you need, huh? What, are you making a report or something?
Well, I could use more if I wanted to, but I don't think you're into that.
You sound like someone I know. A nice friend as a therapist I know. I see her on occasion.
Yeah, you've talked about her a couple of times.
He'll nod and he'll just kind of look off into the water, and I think right now he's Forge is just kind of the piece of this is starting to enjoy now. I think he's getting fishing a little bit more.
Forged, give me a wits and awareness.
Is it something that's lost or overlooked?
Overlooked, definitely.
Man, I hope it's Logan. Fuck. I assume he didn't heal any willpower from last time, huh?
Nope.
So if
You heal per session.
Yep. Ag damage number 2, baby. Woo! I want 3 successes. Okay.
You look off into the water. The deep, blue, endless sea stretches from the Gulf and beyond. Werewolves have these keen senses, these feelings, these abilities that humans just don't grasp. And even if you don't have the gifts that help sharpen those senses, that part of you that is wolf, that part of you that is spirit, helps hone those senses. And as you're looking off far into the water, maybe it's a trick of the light. Maybe it's a happenstance. But you see a fin reaching the surface. And then a second. And then a third. They're far enough out that nobody on the pier seems to be worried. But these 3 fins are moving very quickly and very direct towards the Gulf from out in the sea. Just as they get within a reasonable distance of the pier, a distance that they might be spotted, they disappear beneath the surface once more. Now, sharks swim with a certain speed, a certain cadence. Yes, they can be direct, but usually they're lazily drifting until they're going in after a specific prey. These sharks were moving with intention and a speed that is somewhat surprising. But as they disappear beneath the surface, plummeting back into the depths beneath, maybe it's nothing to worry about. Maybe it's just an odd happenstance. Like I said, maybe it's a trick of the light.
I think Forge will see that, and he'll like kind of motion towards it with his drink towards Quinn. He says, some weird fucking shark thing going on over there. Looks like, dude, can you imagine if there were were sharks? That would be fucking crazy.
Does Quinn know about the Rokia?
What is your intelligence and occult?
Just 2.
No.
Noted. Thank you.
I mean, it might be a myth or a rumor that if there's werewolves and bears and where are the limits? But I would say you do not have any actual factual proof or knowledge of Rokia's existence.
Quinn will say, I don't know, man. Maybe.
Forge will just, to him, that's just nothing else. He's just thinks of it as a interesting passing thought as he'll nod. As he'll even come to think, man, maybe I can catch one of them if I'm lucky. Catch one of these sharks. But nothing else really to it.
So as the conversation falls off, the tranquility and peace of the sea, of the art of fishing takes hold. What's going through your minds after this conversation? Forged, we'll start with you and then Quinn.
Forge definitely started off a bit more agitated being fishing. He didn't ever see really the appeal of it, partially probably because he never got used to sitting with his own thoughts by himself. But talking with Quinn, learning a bit more about him, about what he's gone through, and about a packmate he didn't really get a chance to interact with much, especially considering he was gone for so long. It's nice, and it brings him a lot of comfort to know that he has a similar goal to his, to bring safety and to inspire hope, to spread that fire of hope around. And that no matter what happens, at least there's someone else here, another packmate that has the same dream, the same goal of his. He tries to enjoy the tranquility of the beach.
And Quinn.
Quinn is in his element in the tranquility of it all, having had fishing be a part of his childhood with his uncle. So this is calming for him. It's definitely what he needed after that big event that they had. But he is also feeling better about bonding a little bit with Forge, getting to know Forge a little bit more, and also talking about family and the differences between us, along with the similarities of how we're feeling about what we do as Garou.
Quinn, You have successfully shared a secret, an important part of yourself. You can feel Unicorn's approval shine on you. But connecting isn't a one-time thing. It can be, but it's always so short-lived and eventually loses its luster over time. A true connection is solid. It lasts. And it's built upon like a foundation. Is this a forming connection with Forge, or is this an obligation being fulfilled? Who's to say? Speaking of connections and bonds, this takes us to our final scene of tonight's story, where Raymond and the pack prepare to bond Hashugut to the willow tree. Raymond, it's been about 5 days since the events that happened at the warehouse. 5 days since Hashugut gave you a little bit more anger. Now, he did it to help, but when a fire burns hot enough, it blisters and it sears. And now, having reached your second level of Hoglosk, you can actually start to feel the effects of that anger building within you. Maybe a little bit of frustration, a little bit more hyper focus. You're not losing control of yourself. You're not unbearably out of sorts, but the scales have definitely tilted in the way of fury. So maybe you're feeling a little bit more driven, so to speak, to accomplish the goals of Gaia, to accomplish your own ends, to fight. Now, you were unconscious when you left the warehouse, but through the efforts of Delphine and Terrence and Eliza, you've been healed for the most part. But now, the time has come to finish something that has been long in the making. The tree has been planted, but not purged. The worm has been sated, but not rehomed. Now is the time to complete the task, to rid yourself of the shame that has been hovering over you for many, many months now. At least in the eyes of your packmates, in the eyes of your sept. Because while Horned Serpent may have forgiven you, while Hashugut may have taken a liking to you, what really matters is what your fellow Guru think. Because all the spirits in the world might show you favor, but that only goes so far in a world of men. So as everyone has gathered together in the makeshift garden, the courtyard that will be one day a hopefully fruitful and bountiful source of food, a place that will house the entity known as Hashugut, in hopes of creating a very strong but also balanced cairn. This task must be done. So as you have reached out to your fellow packmates, asking for their help, they have gathered. And Eliza, having been your teacher, your mentor, your guide through this journey, a fellow Bane tender, he also has come to help. So I'm going to ask, starting with Raymond and then going down the line, what your thoughts are as you prepare for this. How much have you told your packmates as to what's going to be happening here?
So Ray is extremely nervous. He's trying his best to hide it, but there is a level of anxiety that is eating away at him, because he explained, his goal was to help Hashugut find a new home, to find a place that wouldn't be attached to me, wouldn't be attached to anyone else that would potentially suffer. But he did not fully divulge that this place, this home, would be the cairn. That this tree would be the choice that he made to make Hashgut's home. So he's expecting pushback, and he's expecting maybe some blowups, and he's gonna have to try and explain it to them and hopefully work it out. But it's, to him, a massive task at hand.
Delphine.
She's exhausted. The past few days have been a lot. She has been trying to manage everything, building the cairn and dealing with the aftermath of the Ethan and the Victoria stuff and the Eli stuff. But she wants to be here for Ray because he has been working on this. And he is trying to keep his promise to deal with it that she made him swear all those months ago. And she has learned through the couple of years that they've all been together now that when Ray deals with things, he deals with them in a very unique way. Jordan was not dealt with in the conventional guru way. And she knows that this will not be dealt with in the conventional way that most guru would expect. But she is willing to see it through, ask questions when she needs to, and give him some of the benefit of the doubt.
Forged.
Forge is a bit hesitant coming into this because the last time he helped Ray with his business, he experienced a really torturous experience of being possessed by a famine bane, and also realizing what he's been putting Jordan through. So he's on edge, on guard, ready for something to potentially go wrong, and to make sure that he does trust Ray. He's just concerned making sure he doesn't feel something like that again, and he wants to make sure that Ray is aware that Forge is there for him and that he will support him, even if he's a little scared of his methods sometimes.
And Quinn.
Quinn has no idea what's going on. So he is just supporting Ray in this. He's curious about this worm spirit that has attached himself to Ray, but doesn't really know where it's come from, what's going on with it. But he trusts Ray enough. Ray's been nice to him the entire time, so there's no reason to question him at this time.
Okay. So as you've all gathered together in the garden, the willow tree that has been planted has the most brilliant red and orange leaves. Now, Florida does experience fall to a point, but for the most part, the greenery remains green throughout the year. It doesn't take on these fiery colors like some of the northern states do. And ever since this willow has been in existence, as far as you can tell, it has had a contrary appearance to what typical willows should be like. Now, Raymond, as you are preparing for your rite, what do you do?
As everyone is gathered around and kind of staring at him, there's a moment where he's pulling things out of a bag. He's pulling out a chain, probably about 15 feet of chain. He's pulling out a steel ring, a hammer. He's setting up a small, like, controlled fire pit, kind of a little bit away from the tree and any of the other greenery that we have set up. He's starting to try to light the fire, and he pulls out some black charcoal. And as he's setting everything up, he'll stand up after getting kind of everything situated and turns around and just looks at everyone, kind of gives each one a second as I'm glancing through all the faces. I appreciate you all coming to help. I know I haven't really fully explained the plan, because if I'm being a little honest, I was a little worried that you guys would shut it down. So I apologize for forcing it on you guys at this point.
What's the plan?
Clears his throat a bit and looks at Delphine. So I promised Hashugut a home. Even the initial bargain that I made with him, I promised him a place. And at that point, you know, the first thing I thought was, you know, oh, I would be his home. But that's not a good idea. He needs an actual place. He needs a solid home. Not connected to anyone physically, but someplace he can spread his roots. And when I was talking with Anna, she brought it up that the Willow would be a good place to put him. And I agreed. So I've spent time, you know, preparing, planting the tree, and once I push out the remnant of Grandmother Willow, I will hopefully be able to make the tree a vessel for him to bind him to it.
Could I have everyone make me a wits and resolve roll, please?
What rage am I at?
Probably 2 as well, considering the condition of Eli, considering...
One second, I gotta update all that. You said it was a wits and resolve?
Yes, wits and resolve.
Six successes.
Forge got 4.
Quinn got 2.
Raymond? I said all of you.
I apologize. I got 4 successes.
Okay. Everyone feels a pressure on their mind. Delphine, you do have the power to resist it if you so choose, but the others do not. As a voice starts to speak, to which all of you can hear.
Look at the lovely young children gathered together. The Guru of Tampa. I remember a time when the Guru of Tampa fought. When I worked with them. When we were prosperous. I know what you're trying to do here, and I applaud your efforts to build cairn in an urban environment such as this is no easy task. You have found the Weaver's domain. But I can make it more powerful, filled with the wild's strength than any measly young worm spirit possibly could. You take that into your home, you inject poison into the ground. You do the worm's bidding for it. Allow me to remain. Allow me to show you my wisdom that I have accrued over centuries. Allow me to help.
I'm a little confused because internally this Ray's thinking. As far as Ray's aware, this is just a shard of Grandmother Willow, not a full spirit.
Correct.
So he'll kind of think for a second and then respond to the spirit. Aren't you just a piece of Grandmother Willow? How much power can you exude if the rest of you has already returned to the spirit wilds?
Raymond Gorn, I've been growing for 14 years. I have grown. What is a seed but a shard or piece of the tree from whence it fell? Allow me to grow, nurture me better than those followers of Fenris ever could. And I can undo a terrible error committed years ago.
And what would you consider the error that was made?
My destruction, of course. I was the overseer of this place, the guardian of this city, the eldest of the spirits that dwelt here. Only to be sacrificed needlessly. For what? Power, glory, success? Or a broken oath to the spirits?
You speak of Aspen Oathbreaker's sacrifice.
It was not her sacrifice. It was mine, unwilling, unbidden, murdered.
So what are you planning on doing if we agree? What sort of revenge are you looking for?
I don't need revenge. I need to take root, to grow, to regenerate, so that I can protect this land once more, protect my children once more. I don't need revenge because I will outlive her. I will outlive all of them. If I'm given this chance, of course.
I want to insight her.
Okay, go ahead and roll wits and insight.
Does my emotive specialty come into play?
Sure.
Seven with a crit.
She's not lying. She has no intentions to take direct action against Aspen or anyone for that matter. But there is likely something else to what she's trying to relay.
I believe you when you say that you don't want to take direct revenge against Aspen, but there's something more. And if I'm being honest, I've already had to deal with a spirit that harbored more anger towards Aspen than you do. And I don't really want to do that again. I've already spent my time and my effort healing this one.
I don't require anything of you, Demon, but to let me remain in what was already mine to begin. This tree was not a vessel that I inhabited. It is me. From the same tree in whence I dwelt before. If anything, putting that worm in this place would be stealing, trespassing, defiling.
I'll look at everyone else and kind of give them a look, asking for their opinions.
Do you want to hear what I think you want to hear? Or do you want to hear what I actually think?
What you actually think, Forged.
Okay. I mean, I don't got a lot of context to this, but it kind of sounds like we're kind of like murdering this spirit thing and kicking it out of his home for Hashugut, which I mean, if that's what you want to do, I'll support it, but I mean, on paper, it does kind of sound fucked up to do that. I mean, she also sounds like really old. This is really like guilt trippy too. It's kind of making me feel sad.
Kent, is there a role I could do, like, could I make an occult roll to because from what I have understood, she is fractured. This is not wholly Grandmother Willow. So can I make a roll to determine, like, if something like this is even possible from what Eliza could have potentially taught me? Like,
Sure. You could try. Yeah, give me an intelligence and occult.
like, I feel like I'm tapping into, like, some Theurge philosophy right now. Just like,
Yeah.
oh, Umbra specialty?
Um,
Or spirit. This would be spirit.
this
more
would be spirit more than Umbra, yeah.
2 successes.
No idea.
The only thing I can offer in counterpoint to you, Forged, is that technically this is not all of Grandmother Willow. This is just a shard of her. But I don't know, frankly, I don't know how if she could regain herself, or I don't know what the best decision is here. There is part of me that feels that I agree with Forge that it would be wrong to force a spirit out of the body it's inhabiting in lieu of another one. However, this is not a full spirit. So I don't know.
Are you not a shard of your parents? Does that not make you a full person? You grow to become a full person. From an embryo, a parasite, you grow. You change. And then you are birthed. Until you can stand on your own. That is all I'm asking. A chance to grow. To be able to stand on my own. Because I give you caution. You may think you are building a prison. A containment for the spirit you wish to put inside. But it will be rooted in the ground. All around, it will feel its presence. You've been to a prison, Raymond. You see what it does to the land around it.
I can see your point. But I'm not building a prison. It's not my intention. And just like you are looking for a home, a place to grow, and a place to become whole again, Hashugut is looking for the same thing.
I have a home. This is my home. A home
Your
that
home.
was stolen and relocated.
Your home is back with your whole self. That's where your home is.
Oh, did they not tell you? There is no home to return to. if you rid of me, that is the last. Destroyed. Gone forever. Never to return to the wilds. You would be murdering.
Look at Delphine and Eliza and give a questioning look like, is that true?
On Delphine's face, the guilt trip is really kind of hitting home for her because she's a theurge for the Sept, she's the caller of the wilds. And literally everything she's saying about like murdering a spirit, it kind of is the antithesis of what she is supposed to do as a Geru and as her position in the Cairn. In the Sept, rather.
Don't think of it as murder, Raymond. Think of it as putting to rest the last vestiges of something that is already gone. You know that this is just a piece that has been in possession of a cult for a very long time, that's been under their protection, under their care, and has likely been a vestige of all their anger and malice. This is not Grandmother Willow, though she sounds the same. Grandmother Willow is dead and has been dead and gone. This is just all that's left. It needs to go. And it's a shame that you're the one who has to do it. But it does need to be done. It cannot regrow, not truly, not fully. What she would do is become something else. She can't have her old self's experiences. Sure, she might have some of her memories, but she is not Grandmother Willow. In fact, she shouldn't even exist. I don't know what the grandmother did to allow this to survive, to continue, but it shouldn't have. Should have been the birth of a new spirit, not the separation of the old.
I'll look at everyone again. Even with what she's saying, I need to do this.
Of course she would say that. It was done for her. They destroyed me to save her.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, a stargazer with secrets. How surprising. She had failed in her duties as the right minister of this region. She had failed at holding off the storm, making necessary offerings to the spirit. In response, the spirit wanted to destroy her for her negligence. Instead, the Sept made another offering, an offering of the Weaver. Little did they know what went with that offering. Ignorant, naive guru. I am giving you a chance not to be ignorant or naive.
Ray's gonna honestly ignore Grandmother Willow at this point, because even if he can hear the voice, he's gonna do his best to ignore it, because all he cares about right now is whether his pack will help him right now in doing this.
Grandmother Willow, you said if we helped you, that you would bring the power of the wild.
Yes.
And how far would that power go?
I suppose that depends. This place is devoid of wild. It is the Weaver's construction. Any attempts to bring the wild in will struggle and falter here. I'm giving you a leg up.
And if you were to have your full power, would you see the wild overtake the Weaver?
I would see the wild return to what was originally its. But I
And
have
then-
no demands to see the Weaver destroyed. Just evened out.
So you would even out Supervisor, you would even out the Patron de las Brasas. He's the greater spirit who oversees this portion of the city.
He is a relic of a bygone era. Corrupted by the worm himself. A spirit of industry. Spirit of growth. A decaying spirit. What was it that was created here? Fire and ash.
But fire is of the wild.
Well, it burns. But once it's done, decay, rot, destruction.
Listen, I enjoy listening to an old woman as much as the next guy. But can we hear the other guy's side of things? Because all I'm hearing is this old lady. And I don't know if I really want to hear that for the rest of my life.
I will kind of look at Quinn and internally turn and ask Hashugut if he wants to tell his side.
You tell it, and you would have to let me control. I don't have the powers to project like she does.
I understand. I give the offer just the same. But know that I do, to be able to perform these rites and get you this home, I would need my body back.
What benefit would it serve me to withhold?
None?
You can trust that I will cede control.
At this point, Ray does trust Hashugut and not going to roll an insight check, nothing. And I will allow Hashugut to take control so he can speak his voice.
All right. You see the posture of Raymond shift and change, maybe becoming a little bit more hunched. His neck extended out a little bit more than usual, not usually gathered up in his shoulders, not supernaturally long, just as if you were to stretch. You called? You notice that there is no spiritual echo to his voice. He is using Raymond's vocal cords, lungs, all of it.
Yeah, can we get, like, what would you do if you got put into Nana Willow, Grandmother Willow, whatever this is? Because it sounds a whole lot like she would do a lot for us, and that you being in there would be bad. And I'm trying to figure out what the fuck's going on.
That is a very good question. The truth is, everything comes with a price. Not just the worm, but the weaver and wild as well. To offer you that kind of power, she would need you to strengthen her. To bring the chaos that is the wild to Ybor. Are you prepared to do that? Are you prepared to remove these people from their homes? To allow nature to take control once more?
This really fucking sucks. This is like bad and bad, it feels like.
Well, to be fair, we haven't been told what he can do for I don't know, can do for us.
What would you bring to this cairn, Hashugut? I'm the one building it with my pack. I would be the right master for when this gets built. What do you contribute to this?
Knowledge, security. If I am a part of this place, I will be able to detect when my more corrupt brethren come calling. I will give you a knowledge that Guru have ignored, failed to perceive. And I will behave as Raymond has convinced me is best.
Now, just a random question, something I don't like to think about, but if Ray dies, what does that mean for you? Like, after this happens, if Ray dies, are you still gonna listen to us, or is that kind of what's going on with that?
If you treat me with the same respect you do any spirit, there is no reason for me to cause harm. Death is part of the cycle
Could this cairn stand long enough, all of you die eventually. And I would mourn Raymond's passing, as we have grown quite close.
Do you want to stay here with us?
Yes, or to be released, put me in harm's way.
Why do you want to stay with us? We've offered you nothing. Ray has offered too much, I personally feel. So why stay when some of us, especially me, have shown you nothing but animosity?
Community. I have been alone a very long time. I have been looked at with disdain, treated like a monster, just because of what I represent.
If you were to remain here, there would be a spirit of the wild, our pack patron, and a spirit of the weaver, the cairn patron, that you would have to work with. Would you work in tandem, equally, with them?
That is the triad, is it not? Do you want to know why the worm became sick? Why it was driven mad? The weaver sought to protect what it created, to stop the natural cycle. And so it bound and contained the worm, preventing it from doing what its purpose is. As long as the weaver does not seek to smother me, I see no reason why not.
I'll look at the speakers in this moment because Delphine's too mentally exhausted to try penumbral senses. And she'll just ask in Spanish, Supervisor, do you think you can agree to those terms? I caught the storyteller off guard.
The speaker crackles. Go ahead and make a wisdom and perception or persuasion roll just to call him out, because he's not just hanging out here. He's got jobs. Also buy me time to get his reactive loaded up.
1 success.
Okay, so it takes some time. But eventually,
He's watching his soap opera.
the speakers crackle within the facility.
It's possible. Mucho posible.
She'll look to Quinn and Forged.
I mean, I like the guy. I think the worm's pretty cool.
Like the worm, or no? Never mind.
No, that's not what I meant, Forged, and you know it.
No, sorry, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to kill a grandma spirit. I'd rather not do that, but I also don't want. I mean, he's saying some things that make sense. I mean, if we want to do this whole trio balance thing, we need him. I don't know. I mean, it's Ray's choice, right? So I mean, I guess we're gonna have to back no matter what.
No, technically it's all of our choice too, because this is a cairn that we're opening together.
Listen to my words, Forged. Nothing lasts forever. Everything must die. That includes spirits.
I mean, that like true Delphine, the spirits are supposed to have an expiration date. I mean, if they do, they're supposed to kind of go on. I mean, that makes more sense. I mean, if it's like we're taking her off life support, I feel a little less bad. It's still kind of shitty, but
She'll stare at Ray as she thinks for several moments, and she is silent, just running through the thoughts in her head when she finally says, "There's a plant that's taken over a lot of the country. It's called kudzu. It would be considered part of the wild, but it's so invasive that as it grows over everything, it starts to smother the natural ecosystem and suffocate the plants and the trees and cover buildings and roads. I feel like Grandmother Willow would be kudzu. I feel like her time with the cults. I feel like I feel like she does have some animosity towards what happened. But I feel like if she is allowed to be unchecked, she would eventually overtake anything she touches, like kudzu.
All wild beings would. They do not believe in order. They are chaos. And the world was once theirs.
if you and Ray both think both think this what has to happen, then I'm all with you. You both know a lot more about spirits than I do. I mean, it'd probably take me more my whole lifetime to get to your guys' level, so whatever you guys think, I'll support it.
I will sweeten the pot. Give me this chance, and I will apologize to Aspen, and I'll give you the credit for convincing me.
That is really tempting. I do like that. I'm pretty on board. I'm still mixed, but okay.
Quinn?
The The worm is always and has always been about trickery, false promises, empty gestures. This is what you fight.
No, it's not. I agree that the I think the worm spirit is probably our best bet.
Says the emptiest of gestures of all.
Oh well.
Grandmother Willow, if it didn't have to be this way, I would hope it wouldn't be. I wish there was somewhere else we could put you, but I mean, if Delphine and Ray, just gotta happen. I'm sorry.
Well, then you can fully be what you were afraid of, Forged. A murderer.
You'll,
No, you're not forged.
you'll see he does actually visibly stiffen up, and after hearing that, he will say, actually, you mind if I sit this one out? I I'd rather not. I don't know. I just don't want to be a part of something else being destroyed right now.
Okay.
I have no more convincing to do. If you wish to do the worm's job for it, just like the dancers, do what must be done.
Man, you're really bad at making us convinced that we want to keep you.
I'm too old for this shit.
Then die.
You first.
I'm gonna look over to Ray Hashugut. Say, do you mind if we have Ray back? Can you do that?
I was never keeping him back. And with that, Hashugut pulls back and retreats back into your memory or into your mind. Raymond.
I will kind of return to my original posture. Kind of shake my head a little bit. So it seems like he's convinced you all, at least a little bit.
I mean, I'm more convinced by you than anything. I just would want to just don't want to be a part of this one, just this once.
I understand. I mean, there's multiple rites I have to perform, so if you don't want to be a part of the one that evicts Grandmother Willow, I understand. But if you want to be a part of the rest of them, I would appreciate it. But
I'll
won't
do
force
that.
you.
I can do the rest. I just don't want to end anything today.
Yes, Forged. Dance on my remains. Don't take accountability. Be a bystander.
Ray, she's gonna keep doing this.
Yeah. Are you guys good? I'll
Yeah,
look
let's
at
get this
Delphine and
over
Quinn.
with.
Yes.
Okay. So I will walk up to the tree with the charcoal. I will kind of circle an area on the tree. And at the top of the circle, I'm going to write memento, and the bottom, I'm going to write triadem, which is Latin for remember the triad. And then I'm going to pull my pocket knife out of my pocket, and I'm going to cut up like a line in the middle of the circle that I drew. And then I will I'll cut my hand a little bit and let the blood kind of flow. And I will say, I'm sorry for what I have to do, but you have to be moved. You have to be removed from this place. Your shard needs to find its home again, and unfortunately, you can no longer stay. And I will do the motion of kind of grabbing someone by the throat, by at the tree, and attempt to pull, physically pull the spirit out, and try to attempt the rite of abjuration.
So a part of the rite requires a branding of some kind. So I will say, rather than just pulling, Eliza is going to give you a heated knife to carve a glyph into the bark of the tree. It will be a permanent mark that the tree won't be able to heal back, but it will complete the rite if successful. Basically accomplishing the same goal.
I forgot about the small branding part for the rite. I apologize.
No, you're good. I love what you're doing, so don't apologize for anything. This is just me helping out.
Before you roll, you would get an extra regular die from me because I also know the rite.
And you get an extra regular die from Eliza as Rite Master. Okay,
so it's Honor Colt. Eliza, Quinn, and Delphine are helping me.
Correct. So you're getting 2 regular die and 3 rage dice.
Okay. I'm going to use a willpower if I can.
Yeah, you can.
Seven with a crit.
As the knife makes contact with the bark and starts to cut, your minds are instantly filled by a long, screeching scream. A death wail. Because the rite of abjuration is meant to cleanse and remove. But this is murder. Plain and simple. Because she's not a whole spirit. She is a shard. And as she had blatantly said, she will not return to the spirit wilds. This will destroy her.
Since I succeeded on that roll, this would be the moment I push her out.
The long and agonizing wail of pain and suffering. Now, as one of the chronicle tenets is, do not allow unnecessary suffering. An argument could be made whether this was necessary or not. It's necessary for Hashugut. Maybe it's necessary for Raymond. But is it necessary for her or for the world? We will deal with those stains that all of you get after, unless you have a conviction that strongly goes against this. Although, Quinn, I'm going to tell you, you don't, because your conviction actually supports them not having this done to them.
I have a conviction. Everyone deserves a chance to rise from their mistakes. And Hashugut is trying to rise above his errors of the past.
What about Grandmother Willow?
Grandmother Willow is holding animosity right now, despite her not wanting to admit it.
And Hashugut's not?
But he agreed to move past it.
He agreed to apologize.
It's still an apology.
I'm sorry, that won't work.
Damn it.
If I have to make a case, my conviction, never give up, no matter how bleak it looks. Like, this is the final step for me helping Hashugut. I'm not giving up on him. I'm not giving up to finding him a home. And even though this is killing off a spirit, I have to do this to accomplish what I set out to do.
I will let you reduce the number of stains you take, yes. That is reasonable. You have had a mission this entire time, and while there were possibilities of other ways to go about it, this is the best and most direct one to accomplishing that goal. So, you'll take 1 stain instead of 2. Now, Forged, as a bystander and not actively taking part in this, you are going to take 3 stains. Because you are just letting it happen. You're not even participating in it. You are standing there watching. But the ritual...
Which one?
This is going to be stains for violating a chronicle tenet of allowing unnecessary suffering.
Yeah, just is it Hirano or Hogloss? My Hirano
Oh, that would be... Let me double check here.
I think it's Hirano.
It is not. It is Hoglosk.
Oh, snap.
My Hirano I would have got an instant dot of Hirano.
So you will take
But
3
no.
stains of Hoglosk. Delphine and Quinn, you will take 2. And Raymond, you will take 1. But the squealing, screeching eventually fades as it crackles and crumbles away, as do the red leaves up in the branches as they wither and crumble, dropping to the ground. Now you have a barren willow tree, and while it could live for a while, it will die a lot faster than any tree would, due to its lack of connection to a spirit or any spirit. And it is, right now, if left unattended, ripe for banes. So now, Raymond, go ahead and describe the rite of forging.
So, Ray takes the moniker of forging a little seriously on this, especially because it's his first time. And so the fire that he set up before, not tending, not putting more in there, and it's all kind of smothered out, and it's just coals, the little steel ring about the size of a small bracelet. He puts it in the coals and kind of lets it heat up, and after a while, after it gets relatively heated, he's going to reach in and pick up the hot band, and he's going to hammer it slightly into the tree, knowing that, like, the tree will grow around it. He's not trying to make it go too deep to damage it fully, but he's trying to, in a sense, forge the tree. And
Yeah,
so
so
he's
you're-
going to pick up his hammer, and kind of as the hot metal is kind of like burning him, he's going to place it around the rune that he carved and around the circle that he traced out, and kind of hammer it in.
All right. Go ahead and give me the roll for the rite. As that process takes time, as these rites do, about 10 minutes or so.
Nine with a crit.
Okay. All right. So, the rite of forging. You have gotten a critical win. So the rite results in the creation of a talisman. So the item is prepared. The vessel is prepared, the tree. Now the final rite, binding. Raymond, in your mind, you hear Hashugut say,
Yeah.
One more time, I didn't hear you. I apologize.
I'm scared.
I know. This is different than all the other times you've had a home. It's going to be jarring, but you talked to everyone. You convinced them that you would be helpful, that you would be willing to treat this place respectfully. And I know that over time, you will honor those words, and this place will truly be your home. Not just this tree, but this cairn and these people. Just like I'm your friend, they will become your friends too.
I'm sorry, Raymond, for all of the hurt I've caused you. I hope that no matter what happens, you will still speak with me.
I accept your apology. And I promise I will.
I will apologize to Aspen, like I said. But I'm still angry. I hope that fades in time.
I know it will. And just because you're apologizing doesn't mean you have to let go of that anger. It will take time. And that is a common thing to happen.
okay. So, you are on exceptionally good terms with the spirit, Hashugut. So you may auto-succeed on the roll. However, I'm going to have you roll it anyway, because a critical allows the binding to be indefinite. But anything less does put a potential for escape later should you not get a critical.
Okay. So for the rite of binding, that big chain that I pulled out earlier, I'm going to wrap it around the tree, and where I kind of knot the chain to it, it's going to be over the ring and over the rune. And then the other end, I'm going to wrap it around my arm And then with the hand that was cut, I'm going to coat it the entire length that connects me to the chain. And then I'm basically giving Hashugut a path to go to the tree and get to his home.
Okay. Let's go ahead and make the roll. He can stay longer if he wants to, of course, but if for some reason he gets pissed off and wants to run away, he could if it's not a critical.
Nine with a crit.
Well done. Starting at your arm, you feel that mark, the mark that's been there the entire time, start to sear and burn. It's almost painful at first as it's actually burning away, not burning further into you. You see the chain links, starting at the one closest, start to rust. As it moves down one by one by one, the chain links rusting a little bit at a time as Hashugut travels down. Raymond, you feel a weight come off of your shoulders, as if you didn't realize that he had been almost like laying on your shoulders, weighing you down this entire time. And as the chain links hit the tree, wrapping around the base, you see the bark, which is normally a standard willow bark, a very light colored bark, start to blacken as it moves up the tree. Some of the bark is cracking and brittle. It extends out to the branches, where whatever buds or leaves that were left on it wither and fall off the tree. The tree is still alive because it has something to sustain it, but it sure doesn't look like it. It will continue to grow, but it will never bear fruit. There will never be leaves on its branches. For all intents and purposes, the tree looks and acts dead. But this is where Hashugut can finally call home. However, until the Rite of Cairn building is completed, Hashugut will be out of reach, unable to be contacted or spoken to. Because he is not part of the greater cairn, he is not connected, he is not like Supervisor, who has a very heavy stake in it. He just exists within the tree. Raymond, you can probably make attempts to contact him if you'd like, but it's going to be difficult, because he is bound securely within this tree. It is the cairn building that would give him some sort of access outward. But otherwise, he is basically, for the moment, imprisoned, whether that was your intention or no. This is a Bane Tender's prison that you have built. But only you and your pack can decide to open the door just enough for him to access some of the outside. As the mark has faded, as the shame continues to lift, everything has a cost. The last struggle you had to encounter and deal with cost John his life, and almost cost Forge his. The the cost for this one may have been more of a mercy than a punishment. Because while a spirit suffered and died for this, it never truly lived. Because yes, what Grandmother Willow said was true. You are a shard of your parents. But you're a shard of both of your parents. And you grow to become something whole. You are not half a being. You are an entire being. This is where our story comes to a close. But not without one last scene. Our final scene takes us to a bus station. A bus station for Greyhound buses. Over on a bench, a man is huddled up, holding his knees, a hood pulled over his fading dyed mohawk. He murmurs incessantly to himself as he rocks, "It's gone, it's gone. They took it from me, it's gone." But as he sits there rocking under the lights of the evening, his shadow starts to stretch longer and longer. We hear the sounds of flies buzzing, drawing near and encircling, as Logan gets one more voice in his head. A voice that over time will devour the others until it is the only voice left. For Logan has become Fomori. This is where our story comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everybody watching at home. Go follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed down below. Join our community by following the Discord. We only have 2 shows left. An episode of Red Tide Rising on Sunday, and then the finale of Rage Across Tampa on Tuesday. So go check those out before we're off for a whole month. We'll miss you guys so much. But if you go sign up for the Ko-fi for as low as $5 a month, you'll get access to all kinds of features like the Rosebud Thorns for this very session, as well as some extra sneak peeks that we're going to be giving you over the break. So worry not, we will keep you entertained. So go sign up for the Ko-fi. It helps supports this program, this channel, and this community, and we appreciate you very much. For these amazing players, I'm Kent. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.